Thank you, Sam. Good morning, folks. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I am a state senator down in District 34 of York County. I just want to welcome you today to the Joint Standing Committee on Education, Cultural Affairs session this morning. The purpose of this session today is for the committee to receive information from the staff and others in order for the members to consider the legislation proposals before them and make recommendations or reports to the legislature. Only the committee members, the committee analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session, using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel, and you'll be also, that'll be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. We are also broadcasting the audio of this meeting on the legislature's website, www.legislature.maine.gov. I'm just going to remind all members, all folks involved, that if it's best, if possible, we keep our mics muted until necessary. And that'll help us in terms of eliminate and reduce any potential feedback. The wind is gusting something out of my porch. I'm going to ask at this point, folks, if members of the committee would be kind enough to introduce themselves. And I'm going to start with my co-chair, Representative Brennan, please.
Thank you, Senator, and good to see you on Monday morning and everybody else on the committee. My name is Michael Brennan, and I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you. And Senator Woodsum.
Senator Dave Woodsum, District 33, York County.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Thelma.
Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, District 74. I'm here at the Capitol. I represent Livermore Falls and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McRae.
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Dave McRae, and I live in Fort Fairfield, one of the 9 communities in Central Aroostook that comprise my district of 148. Have a good day.
Thank you. And Representative Roach.
Good morning, everyone. Representative Tim Roach, District 7, Wells.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Good morning. I am Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of 12 towns in the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County.
Thank you very much. And also working with us is, in the committee will be our clerk, Sam Baker. And thank you. And also our analyst, Hillary Risler. Morning, Hillary, and thank you. Folks, just for a heads up that you may see some committee members leave the group, and you may see new committee members arrive from time to time as we are working, in addition to our own, we might be called to testify at the hearing for another committee for a bill that we may be either sponsoring or serving as a co-sponsor. The only thing that I will remind us all, please, let's try to be open and respectful for one another as we are all guests in one another's homes this morning. And I thank you very much. With that said, I'm going to open the discussion on LD 144 and ask that Hillary step in and give us her analysis, please. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I am going to pull up my screen, but before I get started, I want to mention last week I sent you a proposed amendment from Speaker Fecto in regards to LD 144. I'm not sure, I just asked our clerk if he could reach out to see if he'll be here this morning, but I'll talk to that a little bit, partly because the proposed amendment is identical to a committee amendment from last year, so I am pretty familiar with it and I can talk about some of the reasons for those changes. But first, let me just start out. All right, so this is LD 144, which is an act to fund capital improvements to career and technical education centers and regions to bolster Maine's future workforce. And the bill authorizes the issuance and use of up to $20 million in Maine Governmental Facilities Authority securities for capital improvements to career and technical education centers and regions. Proponents of the bill testified that CTEs are in severe need of investment for equipment and capital improvements, and an investment in CTEs will yield high returns for the students' economy and workforce, that many industries rely heavily on CTEs to provide training for their future workforce, and that there's a demonstrated need for updating equipment to meet industry standards that are aligned with community college system programming and upgrade of facilities to meet American with Disabilities Act compliance. There's also testimony that the community college system faces some challenges in expanding their offerings at CTEs due to outdated or insufficient equipment, and also that keeping facilities and equipment in education aligned to current industry standards is an enormous expense in which the state falls further behind every year, and that the current capacity of EPS funding, local resources, and the federal Perkins allocations are not enough. You did not hear any testimony in opposition or neither for nor against during the public hearing. So I also sent an email yesterday, the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority statute, which is in Title 4, Chapter 33. And as I mentioned previously, this same bill was considered by the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs during the 129th legislature. It was LD 1947. The majority of the committee voted it as it ought to pass as amended. It was reported out of committee after the second regular session adjourned and then died upon conclusion of the 129th. So the proposed amendment that came out of committee last session came specifically from some testimony from Terry Hayes, who's the executive director of the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority. And I've included that testimony here for you as well. And at issue is that for the most part, all of the securities issued by the authority have to do with state-owned facilities. And in this case, when you're talking career and technical education centers and regions, they're not necessarily state-owned. And so at that time, Terry Hayes suggested a number of amendments to add these particular CTE centers and regions to allow in other parts of the Governmental Authorities Act to add the definition of career and technical education centers and regions, and to provide that in addition to those properties that are state-owned, that these securities could also be issued for these CTE centers and regions. Similarly, there was a concern that currently there's some delegation of powers to the Bureau of General Services for when these securities are issued related to projects for state-owned facilities. Because BGS really is involved in the CTE centers or regions, there was a suggestion to amend it to allow delegation to specific boards for the CTE centers and regions. And then there was also a concern about tax exemption. Securities issued by the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority are tax exempt, but there were some additional concerns for CTEs, and that was not ever fully solved. There was still some question remaining about that tax exempt status, and I'll show you in just a moment in that amendment what the temporary solution to that was. So here is the proposed amendment. As I mentioned, it adds the definitions of CTE centers and regions. It provides that for the purpose of this section that projects, parts of projects or part of any project also includes these sort of capital improvements and equipment purchases for the CTEs. It includes the securities language that you currently have in the original bill. It provides this delegation piece to the board of the CTE centers or the SAU that governs a CTE a board of CTE region, or the center that governs CTE center. It does include a report to the Joint Standing Committee of Education and Cultural Affairs on any allocation of bond proceeds. It also provides that the authority may not issue any additional securities pursuant to this section after June 30th of 2023. And that had to do with a request of the sponsor last session that it was really meant to be a one-time bond. So one round of bonding, and then it would be over. There was some question of which projects would get priority, or which CT centers and regions could apply for projects. And the committee last session voted to include this provision that it would be based on the Department of Education's National Industry Standards evaluation. The amendment includes that debt service costs for bonds issued by the authority for capital improvements and equipment purchases must be paid by the state, and provides that on or before September 1st of each year, the authority shall prepare and submit to the Department of Education the estimates of the appropriation requirements. And then lastly, I had mentioned there was that sort of issue of the tax exemption. And so what I had suggested to the committee at the time is that the executive director of the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority report to the Joint Standing Committee having jurisdiction over education and cultural affairs no later than January 15th, and this date is updated to be for next year, 2022, if they determine that any additional legislation is necessary. And so if there are any issues or concerns about the issuing these additional securities, that they can report back to you, and you can make any necessary changes if you needed to do so. We don't have any preliminary fiscal impact statement, but because we're looking at the proposed committee amendment from last session, I did include for you the fiscal note that was issued at that time, which indicated there would be a future biennium cost increase.
Any questions, folks, of Hillary? Representative Crockett, please, followed by Representative Salisbury.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hillary, is that 20 million for over the 2-year biennium, or is that annual within the biennium?
So the 20 million would basically, it would have to be issued, all the bonds would have to be issued before that date of January 2023. So whether it would be the full 20 million, or it can issue up to 20 million. So it could be less, it depends how much gets issued, but it all would need to be issued before that January or June 30th, 2023.
And that's for a 2-year period, correct?
Right, and so one of the things about the fiscal note that from last session that you can see is that because that was the end of the biennium, they didn't put a dollar amount there. The fiscal note that you would get if you passed this would probably reflect something a little bit differently, but ultimately it really would depend on how many additional securities are issued, which isn't necessarily known at this moment in time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Stearns. I think you're muted, sir.
Mute.
Start the week off well. I love that. Hillary, you may not know this, but there was an infusion to the CTE centers back in 90, 91, somewhere along there. That wasn't through the Government Facilities Authority. Was that, do you know, was that just a general bond, a regular state?
I think it was, but I don't know for sure. I would have to reach out to ask some people, but I do not believe it was through the Maine Government Facilities Authority. So
it's safe to say by exploring this new avenue. I apologize. That's my grandson looking to FaceTime this morning. This is a rough start, I'm telling you. So it's safe to say that by using the Government Facilities Authority, and expanding their powers, if you will, to look after these CTE centers, that would become a venue for future bonding activity or improvements. Is that where we're headed? Or maybe that's too political a question.
Yeah, I don't think I can answer that. I think the only thing I can say with regards to this bill and the proposed amendment is that there's a time limit for the additional securities for CTEs. Anything beyond or outside of that bill might be more of a policy question.
Yeah, well, I think that generally these were used for college campuses way back. I think they were used just for courts.
Yes. So if you go into Title IV, yeah, courts and other state-owned upgrades of state-owned facilities.
Okay. Yeah, thank
Which
you.
is why that definition would need to be amended to
Yes.
include these CTEs.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Hillary at this time? Yeah. Representative Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reading some of the language about the applying industries, good morning. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Risler, I have a question about the application of industry standards in deciding or prioritizing the expenditure of the bond funds. Could you speak just for a moment about the details on that, please?
So the only really detail I can give is basically that during the 129th legislature, the committee had some questions about how these would be applied and who would necessarily be able to get their projects approved, and should there be a prioritization. At that time, this was the solution or the recommendation of the committee to provide that the department would review applications using the same criteria that they review for National Industry Standards Alliance, and that the department would notify the authority of the projects they approved based on that criteria. In terms of why that particular method was chosen, I couldn't say. I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A quick follow-up, perhaps for discussion amongst the committee or for chair guidance. Could you help me understand if the way this is worded, that might mean that a skidder for $570,000 takes priority because of its ranking in industry standard need over perhaps 2 or 3 projects amongst several other CTEs. Could someone maybe talk me through the possibilities of that scenario? Thank you.
I can't speak to that with any expertise, to be very honest with you, Representative. And
I think based on the language, yes, that could happen. It would depend how the department interprets it and evaluates it, but I think that is a possibility.
Thank you. Representative Brennan, has a hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to ask Ms. Risler one quick question. One of the concerns last year is that obviously the Maine Government Facilities Authority doesn't have a grant process, review process, and everything like that. And so under the amended version, the Department of the Department of Education would continue to use the same process for reviewing and making decisions about school construction. And what this $20 million would do is simply open up another pool of funding that would be in addition to the amount that is currently available through GPA. That's a question. What I just said, is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that's accurate. I think typically, historically, when these additional securities have been issued, usually there was a project in mind ahead of time.
Right.
Right. They knew sort of ahead of time this is what they were going to send out for bonding for. This is a little bit different because I'm sure each of the schools know what they would like, but there isn't one massive thing that's going to be used. And so I think the committee at the time was really hoping to have some application, some status, so that the department could let the Maine Governmental Facilities Authority know, here's the projects to move forward with.
Okay. Thank you. And just as Ms. Rizzo already mentioned, for those that were on the committee previously, this was a bill that we spent quite a bit of time working through all the details, all the logistics of it, and it did have support from people on the committee. And as was already mentioned, it was just one of those hundreds of bills that got left at the end of last session. So at this point, Mr. Chair, I would make a motion ought to pass on LD 144 as amended.
I would second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I'll entertain any discussion, starting with a question by Representative Stearns, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was hoping to get my question in sooner because I might have entertained or put forward a motion to table. I have two questions. One question at least would be to probably to Representative Brennan, who was here last year on the committee. Was that a unanimous vote out of committee?
To tell you the truth, Representative Stearns, I don't remember. It looks like Ms. Rizzler says no.
No. I was just grabbing my file from last year. It was a 7-3 vote in committee. I don't know if I have the final vote sheet for anyone who is absent, but it was 7-3 ought to pass as amended, and the 3 was an ought not to pass last year.
So Representative Stearns, I don't believe you voted against it last year.
No, I didn't last year. But that so there was it wasn't like it slid right through unanimously, which is worth noting, I think. Secondly, last year, before the committee voted, did they ever receive some type of indication of what the selection process was going to be like? Because I think that's been brought up a couple times this morning, and I think it's really, really important when you lay $20 million out there. We have a lot of 27 facilities in the state be vying for those up to that amount of money. I think it's very important for us to understand the selection process and the fairness or equity involved in that prior to making a decision. Any thoughts on that?
I think I would just say I don't think that's something that I can answer. I think that's something you probably need to hear a little bit more from the department who's involved in that national industry
I
standards.
guess my question was the committee voted last year without knowing that, correct?
I'm trying to remember. I believe it may have been, they may have had someone from the department speak to them a little bit about how the national industry standards works, but I don't know off the top of my head how fully that got explored.
Okay, thank you. Well, there's a motion on the floor, and let me tell you, I'm all for CTE, and I think this is a good process, but there's no way that I can vote yes on it today without having at least half decent understanding of what the criteria are going to be for the distribution of those possible funds.
Thank you, sir. We did have a hand up from Representative Crockett, followed by Senator Woodsum and Representative Brennan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually want to add, I kind of share Representative Stearns' concern with the lack of clarity on how the dollars are going to be prioritized and who is going to prioritize. Now, I'm 100% in support of the bill and will vote yes for it if we take up the current motion. However, I think some clarity would be just additionally helpful.
Thank you, sir. Representative Woodson.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, Senator. I'm sorry.
No problem. Can we call somebody in right now from the department to help clarify this issue?
See who's, I think Hillary might be muted.
I said we can try.
Well, let's see.
I'm just looking. If Sam, if I could ask you to reach out to probably Dwight Littlefield in the Department of Education.
Currently, Hillary, we do have Diana Doiron, Joanne Allen, and Tyler Bacchus.
Diane might be able to answer that. I'm not sure. Or if not, she can tell us who can.
Okay. Is that okay, Senator, then, Diana?
Please, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I don't think I'm going to be the best person for you because I work with my colleagues in CTE, but I don't have the depth of understanding about their career and their industry standards. My expertise is more in the main learning results standards. Joanne Allen is our finance person. She's going to have some information for you regarding just the distribution and allocations of funds. And I know my colleague Dwight it has expertise on that matter, but I'm not sure what his schedule looks like today. He probably will be here as soon as he's able to. But I'm not going to have the depth of understanding that you need for that decision.
Dwight is available and he'll be joining us momentarily.
Great.
Thank you, Ms. Dwyer. And that was no, very honest answer. And I think there's a few of us that would be saying the same thing. So that's why we're going to the experts, but we appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I just got bombarded with like 10 emails, Senator, so he should be on very shortly. Just sent the link out.
Senator Woodson, while we're waiting for your question, do you mind if we take an additional one from Representative Brennan while we're waiting?
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Senator. If you look at the amendment that was proposed by Representative Fecto under number 5, it clearly says a career and technical education center or career and technical may submit an application for a projects on part of any project to the Department of Education. The Department of Education shall review each application, shall evaluate each application pursuant to title blah, blah, blah. The Department of Education shall notify the authority of any approved projects, or part of any project under this subsection. Which I remember discussing this, a year ago. As I mentioned, because the Finance Authority doesn't have that capability, the Department of Education would be the one that would accept applications, review applications, and make recommendations to the authority for funding. So the current standards that they use to make decisions about school construction and CTE would apply in this case. And again, the 20 million in the Facilities Authority would just be a new funding source.
Thank you.
But it would be good to wait for somebody from the department to answer that as
Yes,
well.
Well, I think he's coming in as we speak. Good morning.
Good morning. It's a long trip from Wisconsin to a ed committee meeting. So I'm in a hotel in Wisconsin, so taking my daughter to college. So so I was happy to join and do what I can to answer your questions here this morning. In regard to industry standards and how we would do that, there's certain requirements. So for example, auto industry, right? There's the what they call the NATAF standards. They in order for an instructor to grant certification in that area, they have to meet certain expectations. So they have to have a certain equipment, right? They have to have X number of lifts, or in their shop or their lab area needs to be set up a certain way. And they actually come in and do independent reviews to ensure the ability to do that. So that's, one of the examples of, so we would, it would require working with NATAF, a representative from NATAF, to go and look at the auto programs and see what they needed to be able to meet those standards. So that's the connection with industry standards. In regards to the piece of this bill that has to do with construction, and I think in the last session we brought in Scott Brown to help us with some of that, and that's who we'd have to work with him on. If it was a construction upgrade or a facility upgrade or ADA or anything like that, we would need to. We would certainly want to tap into his expertise to be able to do that. So. But we never, we didn't have certainly a process in place. We'd have to create that, something we'd have to create.
Thank you. That answers my question. This is Senator Whitson. I'm not sure if anyone else has questions for Mr. Littlefield or not.
I do see Representative Stearns, followed by Representative Dodge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this is specific to Mr. Littlefield or just some general thinking out loud, if you will. So we're looking at capital improvements and a $20 million pot of money, up to $20 million. But these could include, as Mr. Littlefield mentioned, say an auto lift or something of that nature that would certainly have to meet industry standards in order to become approved. But then on the other side, are these dollars going to be available for asbestos abatement, roofs, HVAC, those type things, which would certainly come under some other department criteria? And if so, what's the mix of these? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is only capital equipment. But some clarification there would be good for me.
Representative Stearns, what I'm saying is capital improvements. And I think that there are potential repairs to anything within that, that's in my mind is taking care of what you already have, whereas a capital of improvement is seeking something specifically that they need to make that program better, more efficient, in my mind. And I could be wrong. Anyone, any other comments? I do see some questions, additional questions, but I'm just thinking in terms of. You have a follow-up, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, again, there's not a lot of clarity, not enough clarity for me to support this motion without knowing, are those funds going to go to repair roofs, hot top driveways, all capital improvements, or is it capital equipment that is program specific? Again, I'm all in CTE, but I've got to have better information in order to cast a yes vote this morning.
Thank you. We had Representative Brennan followed by Representative Dodge, please.
So Mr. Littlefield, thank you for being here. As I read the summary to the amendment, it clearly says that the $20 million would be used for capital improvements and equipment purposes of career and technical education centers. Is that your understanding of the amendment and of the use of the $20 million?
Yes, and I think it's that it's that broad. Yeah, capital improvements and equipment upgrades. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Littlefield. I wonder, have we already done some information seeking around those CTEs who are in need of equipment? And is there already some understanding as to the various levels of need for those entities, please? Thank you.
So we have I think we have some information just through some of our school review process. So we don't have an extensive list out there, but we just know that there is a need, but we don't have, we don't have a detailed list of what that looks like right now. So it is just some. And that would be on both sides, the equipment and with the capital improvement piece.
Thank you very much. I'll be supporting the bill. They need. I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Any other questions? Further discussions? Yes, Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Littlefield, this may not be a fair question, but from a timeline standpoint, how quickly could the department put together a priority list for these projects?
That's a great question. It would take some time, I think, to be able to get a good comprehensive list. So, especially under both the capital improvement and, equipment side. So.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I believe Hillary told us earlier that this would not go into effect until 23. Is that correct? 22?
So 2023 is the end date.
End date.
So no securities would be issued after June 30th, 2023.
Okay.
There's no emergency preamble, so it would go into effect 90 days after statutory determination.
Thank you.
Representative McCray, followed by Representative Stearns, please.
I forgot the more pressing question that I had, and I'll be back with it. But I tend to agree. I'm in support of this as long as it is for capital equipment expenses. Those other things probably are going to be easier to get funded through some other venue. We've been wrestling with this equipment thing. This is my third term here, and this has come up every single time, and as well it should. Part partly because it is so expensive to get some of these things, and they are not emergency needs. They're really needs. They are needs that make a program more viable, more efficient, more up to date, but they're not emergencies. And the minute a roof caves in or starts leaking real bad, there goes the capital equipment fund. So I would be very much in favor of this as long as it is just the capital equipment. So that's where I am. And if I think of the other question, I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns, followed by Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the extended discussion on the motion. I agree with Representative McCray. I can just picture the scenario coming up of air quality issue or something that would be on the revolving renovation fund as a #1 priority, a safety item going up against a nice state-of-the-art technical piece of equipment that is necessary to put our students in good position for what they need to do in the field. I just think at this point, it's overly broad. And I'm wondering if we could backtrack, take a little bit of time, and perhaps it would be a better chance of a unanimous report out of this committee.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, do we know if, and maybe we've talked about this, but do we know if any of the federal funds that are coming have been earmarked towards CTEs and any of these upgrades that we've been talking about? I don't know.
To the best of my knowledge, I'm not sure that that the answer to that exists currently. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Do you think, I don't know about sort of the new federally funds. I do know you received some testimony from Wilson Hess from the State Board of Education in regards to the federal Perkins 5 allocations.
Was there something in that specifically that would help us with Representative Salisbury's question there, Hillary?
So, and I'm going to read directly from Mr. Hess's testimony, but he indicates that the Perkins 5 state planning process and State Board of Education strategic goals of the $6,247,167,000 Perkins dollars Maine receives, 85% goes directly to local CTEs and community colleges, much of which is a primary source of equipment funding for the recipients.
So some of that, the 90% of that, the funding went to SAUs, and a little bit of it would flow into CTEs. They certainly qualified, but there's nothing that was specifically earmarked for CTEs, if that answers your question.
Thank you.
It wasn't a direct flow it went via the SAUs, if you will. The vast majority of it. And we would work on the equipment side, we'd work with the directors on, they certainly have put together a list of certainly their needs, and we would partner with them and you know, exhaust that list as much as we could.
Thank you. I have Representative McCray, Representative Brennan, and Senator Woodson, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Littlefield, this is an offshoot of a question that was just asked of you by Representative Crockett a few minutes ago. And it's the one that I forgot. Anyway, Is the department expected to come up with a prioritized list of equipment or a process that the CTEs would use to set a priority list on equipment system-wide?
I don't know. I don't think we've got into that level of detail of what this would look like. Again, I think that's we would have to, again, if I go back to the capital improvement piece, we'd have to work closely with construction on what would be a priority under capital improvement and utilize Scott and his team on that piece. On the equipment side, like I said, we have a list that we have some through our reviews that we do, but we would work closely with the directors and their organization as they have a list as well, but also align with the industry standards. We certainly would want that to be a part of it. But as far as the process or how to get to what would take priority, we haven't gotten into that level of discussion of what that would look like.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Brennan, followed by Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Littlefield, could you just briefly tell me what resources are currently available to a CET for equipment improvement and/or capital improvements?
So for equipment, a lot of them do utilize their Perkins allocations. So that's a resource to them. And also there is a $2 million line in the budget that's been there for several years, and we distribute that out to them. So those are two primary functions, and then they a lot of times will have to utilize local funds to be able to support some of those.
So for a significant capital improvement, there's no quote resource at the state level, and that would be primarily funded at the local level.
Right.
So
go ahead.
This proposal that's before us, this $20 million creates a brand new pool of funding for capital improvement and for equipment that currently is not available to CTEs.
Correct.
Okay. If I may, Mr. Chair, just to follow up with Representative Stearns. Representative Stearns, could you just tell me the things that you're still concerned about and need clarification about? What might those be, so that either I can withdraw the motion or clarify the motion?
Certainly, Representative. Thanks for the question. The two things that I'd be interested in. One, I really could wholeheartedly support it if it was equipment and those capital improvements necessary to make the equipment viable. In other words, if you get a brand new Zamboni extractor, for lack of a better term, and you need a Zamboni extractor facility with proper ventilation and a right size door and et cetera to do that, those capital improvements, in my opinion, would be mandatory in order to make this new piece of equipment or laboratory experience necessary. I think that type of information would be important. And secondly, some type of right now, for instance, the department, we know the criteria for revolving renovation fund projects. We know pretty much how they're going to be scored, which ones are more important than others. And at least some general direction on how the department would do these. Would they be looking to supplement as many regions as possible? Would they be looking to whatever their criteria, whatever their thinking might be? In other words, everyone would support this and be happy until a $20 million new Zamboni extractor ended up at the TCTC in Dexter, Maine. Representative Stearns would be happy, but other people would be saying, foul, wait a minute, that we had intended this to be more broadly used across the state. I don't know if did that answer your question?
Well, again, I think so. And certainly, you know, again, I'm looking at the amendment. It says a career and technical education center or career and technical education region may submit an application for projects to the department. If we inserted language that said an application based on criteria developed by the Department of Education, would that satisfy your concern?
It gets closer. The other piece, though, that is just as important to me is I put in an application. My CTE center needs a whole new rubber membrane on their roof. We've got to have a whole roofing project. I'm not so sure that we want to take this. That's really not going to drive the education, the training and educational opportunities of Maine students forward. Yet it's important that they go to school and not have rain coming in on their head as well. So we need to, I think, either tighten that up or sell it as it is. Some of these dollars could be used for what I would call regular capital improvements, and some could be used for equipment, or we tighten it up and it would have to be programmatic equipment related capital improvements in that nature. Right now, in my opinion, it's quite broad.
Yeah, Senator, I don't want to get into a back and forth with Representative Stearns, but Representative Stearns, I'm just looking at that section, and if we ask the department to develop criteria for capital improvements and for equipment, I think it'd be hard at this point to write in something that would be very specific about what's allowed and not allowed, but we could ask the department to develop those criteria for the application process. And you said that gets you closer, but not quite there.
Well, exactly. I mean, it would be nice to have an inkling of, I mean, if Scott Brown were to say, no, there is existing money in other funds for those routine maintenance things, hey, and this would be, as I think that I'm speaking maybe for everybody on this committee, when we're really talking about new equipment, new programs, updated laboratory situations, those kinds of things, and the necessary capital improvements, structural, in order to bring those about, and not necessarily paving the driveway.
Okay. So Representative Rafferty, Senator Rafferty, if this is helpful, I'd be willing to withdraw my motion to spend some time with Representative Stearns to see if we could draft some language and also with the sponsor of the bill that address those needs, and possibly we could bring this bill back on Friday when we have a work session scheduled with something that we all could agree to.
I appreciate that very much, Representative. I do see two hands up, so I'd want to just get all the questions out that we need to if we're going to move in that direction, so that if this does take place, then Friday we can actually vote. So Senator Woodson, please, followed by Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate this conversation going back and forth. And I mean, it's raised a lot of questions and concerns. And I greatly appreciate Representative Brennan recent action here. I think it's very much needed. I think we have a lot of questions that need to be answered, and key people in the department or other agencies that can help answer many of the concerns that we're having here. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Absolutely, sir. Representative Stearns?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. And I also appreciate Representative Brennan's gesture. And I do believe that, of course, we've got Mr. Littlefield out in Wisconsin trying to tend to collegiate matters of a familial nature. But I think given a small amount of time for him to talk with his colleagues in the department, bat this around a little bit, they could be able to define what the greatest need is, and whether or not it's wise to have this be broad, open to any type of capital improvements, or more focused, as we've discussed here. What I'm not interested in is tying this up over minutia about where every $10 is going to go. I'm not interested in playing that game, but I do think a little bit more of, for instance, the department will develop criteria based on these fundamental aspects. And I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I would hope that a little bit more information like that would result in a positive outcome Friday.
Thank you. And I think my overall sense is we all are looking to offer the support. It's just a case of we don't want to see millions of dollars be going towards repairs and maintenance of things that we should be done as a regular practice and routine anyway. This money is to purchase potential equipment and programs that's outside of their ability to do so currently. And in any case, Representative Brennan, please, sir.
Yes, in deference to the sponsor, who is the Speaker of the House, and I would be a little reluctant to amend his bill without his input, I will withdraw my motion and ask the committee to reschedule discussion on LD 144 for Friday at work session. And then I will work with Representative Stearns between now and Friday to develop language in addition, along with the speaker, that hopefully will address those concerns.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to need some directions in terms of, do we need to vote on your withdrawal, or you're just going to pull it?
Yeah, I'm just going to withdraw my motion. And if
I will
Representative
withdraw my
Todd
second.
agrees,
Thank you both.
Okay, and we can just move to table the bill. And I would table it till a time certain, which would be this Friday at work session.
Well, that's great. I'm not sure.
So I'll move that we table LD 144 until this Friday at work session.
Second.
I think Senator Rafferty is frozen.
Did he get my second?
I don't know.
I will say the wind is terrible down here. It keeps knocking out our internet down here, just so you know. I'm not sure that's what happened to him, but
It's whipping. It's whipping outside my window here. Yeah.
I had to go save my flag that was really flying.
So I do think we just need to vote to table.
Do you want to handle that, Representative Brennan?
Is Senator Rafferty no longer with us?
He's gone completely from mine.
All right.
And we can probably let Mr. Littlefield go. He can go
Yes.
back to his college thing. Thank you very much for being willing to stay and listen, and good luck to your daughter.
Absolutely, and I am going to be around this morning, so certainly will be
Wonderful.
available. So great, thank you.
Okay, so we're just going to vote to table on this, and then do you just want to go ahead and proceed, or do you want to take a short recess? Yep. Yep. Okay.
Oh, dear.
Okay. Okay, great. I just spoke with Senator Rafferty, and apparently they lost power down in York County, and he would like us to proceed. He says they typically don't lose power for that long a period of time. So at this point, we will vote. There's a tabling motion, which is not debatable, to table LD 144 until this Wednesday's work session. All those in favor of the motion?
Friday's work session.
Friday, I'm sorry, what did I say? Whatever I said, Friday's work session. All right. It is unanimous that we tabled 144. So I did ask Senator if we should take a short recess, but he said if we do have a quorum, and we do have Senator Woodsum, so we will go ahead and proceed. And the next bill up is LD 414. And I would ask Ms. Risler if you could do a summary of the bill for us.
Absolutely. All right. So this is LD 414, which is an act to create parity between private schools and public schools regarding career and technical education tuition rates. So basically, under current law, a school that receives tuition students who are enrolled in regular school day career and technical educational programs at career and technical education centers, satellites, or regions may only charge a tuition rate of up to 2/3 of the maximum tuition rate. And this bill would repeal that limitation on schools that receive tuition students. Because you did have the presentation from the Department of Education on the CTE funding formula, I was not going to go into that in more depth at this moment, but members of the DOE are here from the finance team if there are additional questions that you want to delve into, because I know it is very complicated. So proponents of the bill testified during the public hearing that the bill seeks to create parity between schools that accept publicly assisted students and receive a per pupil tuition rate and public schools that receive the state tuition rate from sending towns, and that the reduction in funding creates a disincentive for town academies to promote and make CTE available to their high school students and is unfair and in contrast with how the state funds public education. Opponents of the bill testify that the rationale for the 2/3 tuition is that taxpayers are already funding vocational education at the statewide level, thus decreasing the need for local tax dollars, and that if the bill is enacted, the mill rates will increase. You also heard some testimony neither for nor against that regardless of the position on this particular bill, there are many barriers for town academies to get students to CTEs, such as transportation, that the state needs CTE, and any ways to reduce barriers would be beneficial. There were a number of committee requests for some additional information. First, it was a sort of an overview of the funding formula, which you received on Friday. There was also a question about some of the legislative history of this particular section 5809. And so I did look back into the legislative history, and the original enactment of this law actually goes back to 1977 in Title 20. And then it has been amended. It was when recodified into Title 20A as Section 5809. But the most recent change was the one that was mentioned during the Department of Education's presentation with the new CTE funding formula that was enacted in the 128th legislature. At that time, when the funding model went from the expenditure model to the cost-driven model, they reduced the ability for the CTE centers and regions to charge tuition. And so that amendment was made, and I just cut and pasted it here so you can see that the current law as the current law is, but it removed this provision that the Career and Technical Education Center, satellite, or region could charge a tuition rate of up to 1/3 of the maximum tuition rate. So that's what was the change that was made in the 128th legislature. So there's a couple other questions regarding tuition rate or rates for sending a student to a CTE program. And as you heard on Friday, that ability to charge tuition was removed from statute. There's also a question about how many students across the state are impacted from schools like Thornton Academy that are sending students to CTE. And unfortunately, again, as you heard, the Department of Education does not necessarily have the data or the big picture on this. The department mentioned that students are enrolled in CTE programs, but they wouldn't know necessarily what the reduced tuition rate may or may not be. Also that many SAUs that send to private schools have tuition contracts and that school boards can vote to pay a higher tuition rate. Unfortunately, the department also did not have any data on the number of secondary schools that do not currently accept tuition students, so I was not able to get an answer to that question. And then one of the big questions was about this process of how the 2/3 is calculated or charged, or whether it's refunded. And as you heard, it is a local process and it differs from school to school. So I did try to reach out after Friday afternoon's presentation to try to get as many people in the room, if you will, as I could to help try to answer some of your questions and get some more information. So I do know Dan Walker from the Maine Association of Independent Schools is present, as well as Michael McQuarrie and Renee Manard, who you heard at the public hearing, are available for questions. And they also sent you some additional information this morning, which both Sam Baker and I sent out to you. In addition, Steve Bailey from the Maine School Management Association is present, and he had reached out to some of the districts, and he does not believe, for the most part, they are getting checks or refunds. Currently, he knew of 2 districts that were paying 100% of tuition to public academies. That was Saco and RSU 53, one by contract and one by agreement, he believes. But that typically the schools will calculate the number of students who are signed up for CTE courses and anticipate an invoice from the public academy for the portion that they will pay. And then those payments get billed quarterly. But all of those members of the public are here to help answer questions for you if you'd like to delve into some of that process and some of those questions a little bit further. We do not have a preliminary fiscal impact statement at this time, although you did hear some testimony of a potential of a mill rate increasing due to this change. So that's all I have for you, but as I said, we tried to make sure we got as many people as possible available for additional questions for you about how this works at the local level. So if you do have any questions for those people, they are available.
Okay, so before we go to other questions in the audience, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Risler? No. And again, Senator Rafferty did call me again and said that he's working on a connection. So we hope to get him back, fairly soon. So given that there are no questions for Ms. Risler, are there questions that people have of representatives from the Department of Education and or Mr. Walker, or for Representative O'Neill, who is the sponsor of the bill? Right. First, I had Senator Woodson and then Representative Salisbury. Go ahead, Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The more I hear about this, the more confused I am on how the process works. It seems to be that there's several different methods that are used within the public schools and with the town academies. I don't even know where to go for the question here, but I guess I'm going to ask Headmaster Menard to come on and explain his situation again it seems like your situation is that you have a couple of schools that are possibly that can go to your school or to another public school. Is that correct? And how does the different payments or tuitions work on that? I'm asking Mr. Menard to come on.
Good morning, Representative Brennan, members of the Edge Committee. Thank you for having me. In response to your question, Senator Woodson, I'll try to give you a simple response. The first thing in terms of the billing, I know there's some questions about that. So for example, the town of Arundel will send us students, and what we do is we will bill those students after the October 1st enrollments are verified. And in that invoice, let's say there are 20 students and 3 of them go to the CTE. 3 of those students will have their tuition reduced by 1/3. But if I could give an example of our situation with the town of Arundel. The town of Arundel is part of RSU 21, and their public high school is Kennebunk High School. Those students also have the choice to come to Thornton Academy. Regardless of where those students choose to go to high school, Thornton Academy or Kennebunk High School, Arundel and RSU 21 will receive their full state subsidy. They have no CTE expenses. The only difference is that when they come to Thornton Academy, Arundel, RSU 21 will receive a 1/3 reduction in tuition. So we're talking about the same student, same town, same CTE, same 0 CTE expense, same full state subsidy. The only difference is, as an independent school, we are mandated by existing statute 5809 to reduce tuition by 1/3. So the town gets this discount in tuition. If the student decides that they no longer want to attend Thornton Academy and decides to transfer over to Kennebunk High School, the town loses that discount. And our question is, we don't see the rationale for this reduction in tuition for a CTE expense that doesn't exist. And our other concern is what's the difference between that student going to Kennebunk High School or Thornton Academy and then going to a CTE? Full subsidy, no expenditure. And that's our concern about the inequity of this. And just to give a simpler example, in a traditional public school, let's say Scarborough High School. Scarborough High School sends a Scarborough student to a CTE. Scarborough receives its full state subsidy. There's no financial impact for the town of Scarborough or the Scarborough School Department if the student attends a CTE or chooses to remain on their campus.
And does this, you have another town, I think, Dayton. How does that work?
It's well, Dayton is not part of an RSU,
Okay.
but the billing process is the same. So they send students to us and we charge them what's called the MAT, which is the state tuition rate, which is calculated by the state. And so the same thing would happen. They send us students. We wait until the October 1st enrollments are verified, and then we would send an invoice to Dayton. And if there are students from Dayton if 5 students from Dayton attend the CTE, the tuition for those 5 students will be reduced by 1/3 as well.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Salisbury and then Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of piggybacking on that, I agree with you, Senator Woodson. The more we talk about it, the more confusing it gets. But I think one of the things that was really helpful is Mr. Ray from Biddeford sent us some information as well that kind of broke down, gave some examples of students. I don't know if you had a chance to see that. So, examples of students that would attend a town academy that don't go to vocational, or a student that does go to a vocational. So it definitely, you can see the difference between those two. One thing that I don't think that we talked about is for the PPP loans, it looks like some of the academies and the town academies were able to get some PPP loans to sort of help with some of that tuition that they were losing out on. Is that right? Or was that just to sort of help over the period of time with COVID?
If I may respond, you're right. The PPP
Yeah.
loans are the payroll protection program to ensure that we keep our employees employed. And so some of the independent schools apply for those. Some of those receive those, but that money is closely audited by the Small Business Association. And again, that's allocated for payroll.
Payroll. Mhm.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And, we're proud that I think for those of us who are able to do it like other companies, we're able to keep a number of people employed that would have otherwise, we would have had to lay off.
Mm.
And thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Menard, for being here. I'm back. I'm hung up back on the Arundel and Dayton example. Arundel being a part of RSU 21, and yet they have school choice for that town.
They do. Yeah, there's a long-standing tradition. The town of Arundel has never had a high school, and so they've had school choice for many decades prior to the formation of RSUs in the state of Maine. And so when the RSU law went into effect, it ensured that towns that had school choice prior to the formation of an RSU would be able to keep that choice if the town decided that was important to that community.
Okay, that clarifies me. Follow up, if I might.
Yes.
So taking that a bit further, Dayton has school choice, not affiliated with an RSU, and you have a contract with Dayton and the ability to work the finances out in an equitable manner. Would you have the ability to contract with Arundel, or would it need to go through RSU 21 in order to make that in your mind an equitable agreement, so that the Dayton, the Arundel students would be falling in under the Dayton model, if you will?
Right. So Arundel is part of RSU 21. So any sort of negotiations we would have would be with RSU 21. And so there currently is no contract between Thornton Academy and RSU 21. The RSU 21 students who reside in the town of Arundel have the option to attend Thornton Academy, but that does not apply to RSU 21 students who reside in the towns of Kennebunk and Kennebunkport. I know it's a unique situation.
I understand it. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, are there other questions from members of the committee? Representative Stearns, are you done?
I'm never done this evening.
Okay, did you have a follow-up question?
I did have after I said thank you, I have all my answers. I immediately thought of a follow-up, and that would be, have you explored with the officials of RSU 21 the possibility of negotiating a unique agreement with the Dayton, with the Arundel students?
Well, that's certainly always a possibility, but I think our concern is less about negotiating a contract with them, but looking for some clarification as to why a school like Thornton Academy would be mandated to reduce its tuition by a third for essentially a CTE expense that doesn't exist. And I think we heard testimony earlier that perhaps at one point, and I'm certainly not an expert on the genesis of this, but it appeared that perhaps CTEs could charge at one point a community, and that's no longer the case. So our concern is the example I used. You have a student from Arundel who can go to either high school. The only difference is if they come to my high school, they get a 1/3 reduction in tuition, but not so if they go to Kennebunk. They could go to Kennebunk High School and the tax relief goes away. So the only, and again, we haven't heard a rationale, I guess, for why there would be a reduction if they came to our school as opposed to go to Kennebunk High School, because we know they're going to get the same full state subsidy wherever they go. and there's no CTE expense for that community, regardless if they go to Kennebunk or Thornton Academy. And I'm wondering if, I don't know if this is related to the way that was formally structured, and that perhaps needs to be reconsidered.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Dodge and then Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're hearing a lot of specifics about your situation. I wondered if we might bring in Mr. Walker for a broader perspective statewide to help us understand the impacts in a wider array, please. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Walker. And if you could just introduce yourself quickly, and Representative Dodge had posed a question to you.
Great. My name's Dan Walker. Thank you, Representative Brennan. My name is Dan Walker. I'm a lawyer at Pretty Flaherty, and I represent the Maine Association of Independent Schools. Thank you for the question, Representative Dodge. Appreciate it. I think Rainey was, I think what Rainey describes is really the situation in many of the schools across the state. I think one of the glare, and so I think we had been asked to kind of gather from various other schools about what the process of how the reimbursement works. And I think what Rainey explained is what we heard. The feedback that I got over the weekend, and that's accurate. It's just there's simply a 1/3 less of the invoice that goes from the academy, or really, as you've heard, a public school back to that sending community. There's a third reduction. I think that the big example here that Rainey was just talking about, and I think, and I just want to underline it, it's the Scarborough student example. It's the Augusta student example. It's the Waterville High School example. When there's a student from those communities that goes to a CTE, the issue then is that school has no effect on its state subsidy as a result of that student going to that school. And I think, and that's the inequity, that's the glaring inequity that we see, that when a student then, with its from a sending community with school choice goes to a town academy, that student, then that community gets refunded 1/3. What we've heard is that the way CTE is funded across the state, it is 100% funded through an EPS like model based on mill rate for every community. So why is it so different then for these sending communities to that pay tuition to either a town academy or wherever they send their students? So that's my more general explanation.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Walker, don't go anywhere yet. Representative Salisbury, did you have a question of Mr. Walker as well, or?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I didn't. I was wondering if I can hold off if other people have questions. I had a question actually for Mr. Ray that I believe is an attendee.
Okay. If I could just ask quickly, Senator Woodson, did you have a question of Mr. Walker as well, or?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so Representative Salisbury, if we could come back to you and go to Senator Woodson at this point, go right ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, does the bill before us solve the issue of how the state figures the funding for the CTEs? Or does the law itself, in your opinion, need to be clarified or corrected?
Yeah, we're not talking here really about the funding of the CT program in general. We're just specifically talking about the an extra kind of almost like it seems like a residual issue there that from the way it used to be funded. And it's not funded, we're not funded through this 1/3 payment anymore. We're funded through, as we've heard, in a 100% EPS funding model. So what we're suggesting would not affect state funding of CTEs at all. What this would simply affect would be this windfall that sending communities are receiving right now when they send students to when they pay tuition for a student to go to either a town academy or even a public school when they're receiving tuition.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. So we will now go back to Representative Salisbury. You had a question for whom?
Mr. Ray.
Okay, Mr. Ray. Sam, could we get Mr. Ray before the committee? Thank you. Oh, we had him for a second. There he is. Thank you, Mr. Ray, for being available. And I think we know who you are, so we don't need an introduction. But Representative Salisbury did have a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ray, thank you for the information that you provided. It was very helpful, the examples that you showed us. If you want to talk a little bit about that, but also if you could talk maybe about some unintended consequences that might happen from a bill like this.
So to go back about unintended consequences, again, it would be going back to the taxpayers of Dayton who we receive funding and we pay a mill rate based off the calculation from the DOE through the 279. And so they put into that pot as taxpayers. And then, yes, there is a 1/3 tuition reduction for the students that attend the CTE center, which would mean that for that, as I stated last time, about a 25-cent increase on their mill rate if this was a change in law. There is no windfall. There is a planned reduction as we pay tuition. We don't have a public high school in Dayton, and thus we pay it what the law says. I think it's also important for the committee members, as I know before this, you were talking about funding of vocational centers in a $25 million bond. Prior to this law, vocational centers had the ability to collect 1/3 of that tuition payment. That 1/3 of tuition payment could have gone towards capital improvements. It could have gone towards new equipment, and that is not an ability. I think also just to hit on the fact that it says that vocational education is funded at 100%. That is not technically true because there is a gap between the subsidy that I receive for a vocational center and what it costs to run the center. For all of you who have worked with your local school committees, you know that EPS doesn't fund your schools 100%. In our situation here, currently, the Biddeford taxpayers are the only taxpayers that fund the difference between subsidy and the cost, covering all the rest of the other communities. This year, we have reached out to other school committees, whether that be RSU 21 in Kennebunk, RSU 23 in Old Orchard, Saco School Department, Dayton School Department, to assist in covering those charges. Town academies send no dollars to cover those costs towards a vocational center. So I know that's a long-winded answer, but when we talk about parity, I would suggest that we talk about parity in all segments of education between these two different organizations. I would also state that the RSU 21 example and the Scarborough example, while that may not, they may not be losing funds for sending a kid to a CTE, the taxpayers in each of those communities are very aware that they are almost all minimal receivers. So they're raising all of those funds locally.
Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Are there any other members of the committee that have a question for Mr. Ray? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here and for your comments.
Thank you.
I also see that we've been joined by Representative Millette. Good to see you.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Great, thank you. So I do have one question myself. Is Joanne Allen here from the department? Could we get her before the committee?
Yes, Representative.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us. And Ms. Allen, my question, you made a reference last Friday during the presentation of CTE that there may be other agreements regarding this type of payment with, I think you used the example of Arundel as a school district that might have a more nuanced approach than just this 2/3, 1/3 approach. So if we were to pass this bill, is there a ripple effect or unintended consequences in terms of agreements that don't follow the same 2/3, 1/3 situation in Saco that we may end up affecting?
Well, there could be. I know, for example, we're focusing right now on the public and private relationship. And as Superintendent Ray was alluding to, there's also public to public relationships. And for example, I know one CTE, one high school, public high school that has a CTE center, and their arrangement is 50-50 with their sending units. So that's a different one than we've heard about. Mr. Bailey at MSMA may know of some others if he did some survey work. So there definitely, it's a local agreement. As you see in the law, school administrative unit, school boards can vote to pay a higher rate. There's nothing that prevents them from paying a lower rate in tuition. Another thing I'd like you to keep in mind is that when we talk about subsidy for students, we're talking about an EPS rate that is much lower than the maximum allowable tuition rate. So that's also something to keep in mind. Tuition rates at the secondary level are over $11,000. EPS rates on average for secondary students in the current year are $7,519. So we do have some weights that get added onto those on page 2, as you know, but in general, those still are not going to come up to the $11,000. So that's just something to think about too.
Okay. So I thank you for your comments, and I'm trying to keep these different variables in mind, and at the same time trying to figure out a pathway forward, which doesn't seem to be as clear as it might have been. So I would ask members of the committee, Representative Salisbury, you had a question, or?
Well, finish what you were just about to say, because maybe that's what I was going to say.
Well, I was going to suggest that we table this bill and ask the sponsor, Mr. Walker, and the department if they may spend a couple weeks trying to work through these various issues, and to see whether or not there might be something that then comes back to the committee where we won't do something that has unintended consequences for various school districts, or language that may allow things to move forward, but provide some flexibility. So that was my thought at this point.
I would second that if that is a motion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Well, I will make it a motion. It's been seconded. Representative Salisbury. You're muted.
That's basically what I was going to say. Was
Okay.
it just seems to be so much confusion. I'm just concerned that we're missing some things that might have unintended.
Point of order, Mike.
Yes.
Excuse me, Representative. Did you make a motion to table?
Well, I inadvertently,
You either did or you didn't. I think you made a motion to table and it was seconded. So
it was, that's correct. And obviously it's not debatable. We're not going to debate it. Representative Salisbury, I want to answer her question because she had her hand up before I quote made the motion. And if I could just follow up very quickly, Representative Stearns, procedurally, and ask Representative O'Neill, who is the sponsor of the bill, if she wanted to add anything at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. I think that what's been proposed we can do. We can have some discussion about the points that have been raised and return back to the committee. Something I wanted to add that I don't think entered the conversation today because we had really tailored questions was just a reminder that in SACO, the role that our town academy plays is essentially the public high school for our area. And as such, it faces all the same pressures that that public high schools face, like increasing healthcare costs, teacher salaries, maintenance, keeping the building heated and utilities paid, and things like that. So I just wanted to bring that back and underscore the importance of this funding and why the school is talking about it today. It's just that stability of running and providing that for the community and the function that it serves. So I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. So there has been a motion to table the bill and ask the interested parties in the department to see if they can provide a resolution or alternative proposal to the committee. And it's been seconded by Representative Dodge, and there is no discussion or debate. All those in favor of the motion to table? I see that it is unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, Representative Roach. We got you. And Senator Rafferty is back.
He's back, sir, but I'm getting an unstable band here, so not sure that if you don't mind to continue in the capacity of chair, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, so the motion to table did carry. And now what we will do is move to LD 516. And I would ask, we'll close the public hearing. The work session on LD 414. And we will now open the work session on LD 516. And I would ask Ms. Risler to provide a summary of the bill.
All right, so this is LD 516, which is a resolve directing the Department of Education to review career and technical education courses and provide guidance on high school credit equivalencies. And so basically this resolve directs the Department of Education to conduct this review on all the CTE courses available in the state and provide guidance into the number of contact hours and equivalent credits for each course, as each course relates to the parameters for essential instruction under the laws governing the system of learning results. So I put a number of links here and page numbers to your statute books. I'm not going to go through all of it, but what I want to highlight is basically the idea that in the system of learning results and in the minimum graduation requirements, there's a theme that runs through all of those in terms of providing sufficient opportunity and capacity to learn through multiple pathways for students to learn in all the required areas. In that, in section 4722, which is the high school diploma standards, actually requiring that schools can allow students to demonstrate achievement of the standards through multiple pathways, including those identified in 4703, which includes career and technical education. And that CTE students may, consistent with approval of the commissioner and local school boards, satisfy the minimum graduation requirements of subsection 2 through separate or integrated study within the CTE school curriculum. You heard in some of the department's testimony that this is something, and from the sponsor's testimony, that this is something that's been difficult for a little while, and that the Department of Education does currently have some work in this area. And I included the link for you there, and I can pull that up at any point if the committee members would like me to do so. That shows some of the work that's been done so far. Proponents of the bill testified specifically that CTE students face challenges in being able to earn required course credits because, for example, of scheduling conflicts between the CTE and their local high school. That the bill aims to improve access to CTEs and give schools uniform guidance on the type of skills secondary students learn in the various courses and programs offered. And each sending school has different requirements, different graduation requirements, and that this bill would help evaluate the programs at the CTE and provide guidance on those high school equivalencies. Also, that this is the next logical step in efforts as a state to recognize that there are multiple ways students can demonstrate mastery of learning standards. There was no testimony in opposition, and neither for nor against was some testimony of support for the concept, but that the bill may be unnecessary because many districts already align their graduation standards with courses being offered in CTE centers, and that because schools have different graduation standards, having DOE complete a review of CTE courses will not necessarily meet the needs of all high school students in the state. I think one thing that's sort of important to point out for those of you who did peruse that the Department of Education's website on where they're trying to identify some of these crosswalks and intersections, is they're based on the standards and the learning results, and I think for the most part do not necessarily have contact hours and equivalent credit. So I think that's where this bill differs slightly than some of the work that is at least published. One committee request for some additional information was actually posed to Maine School Management Association, Steve Bailey, and it had to do with consideration of the skills gap that has been identified with some community colleges that exist with students who leave CTE programs and enroll in community college and discover that they're not totally prepared to meet minimal English and math requirements. And I did reach out to both Steve Bailey as well as Becky Smith at the Maine Community College System, and they are available to address that question if the committee would like them to. We do not have any sort of preliminary fiscal impact statement at this time.
Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Risler from members of the committee? I'll just ask one quick one, Ms. Risler. Do you know in recent times, has there been a review of this nature conducted by DOE or anybody else? Because I know the issue about credit alignment has come up fairly consistently.
So to my knowledge, and I'm sure members of the department could be able to provide more clarification if you wanted, but the recent work has been what's available on that website link, and I can bring that up if you would like me to, so you can get a sense of what it looks like.
Okay, that might be helpful.
Sure. All right, so this is the department's website, and it indicates that they've been holding some of these CTE intersections workshops since 2015. And what you have is a list of some of the different programs at CTEs. And so if you select one, it'll give you a chart. Can you see a Word document, or are you still looking at the website?
Website.
Website, okay, let me.
Yep.
Out.
Okay. Thank you.
So here you go. This is this is what those, when you select on those links on the website, this is what you're going to see. And this is a particular course for auto body, and it lines up with what the English language arts standards are. So the parameters of instruction for English language arts, and tries to identify where those might be covered and where those might intersect. But as I mentioned, what you're not going to see here is necessarily this course equals 1 hour of credit in another course.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And if I just very quickly, seeing no other questions, if I ask Representative Millette, do you recall or know of any type of effort similar to this in the last several years where there's tried to be an alignment between credits for English and CTE?
Thank you, Representative Brennan. I don't recall credit discussions. I do know there have been a number of conversations around crosswalking and meeting the standards, but there, as far as I can recall, nothing around credits.
Okay, thank you. Representative Stearns and then Representative Crockett.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And this may be for the sponsor, Representative Fecto. Tying in with what Representative Millette just said, there was an enormous amount of work with the standards, each individual little standard and the crosswalks. In my opinion, minutia, that was an enormous amount of time was spent on that. And if the sponsor could clarify what we're looking for moving forward, would be a more basal look at this, like, if this person's doing this course, it could count as credit over here. And my follow-up question to the representative would be, do you feel with the movement away from the minutia, if you will, that local units already have the ability to do that? Or is this better served as a, will a state function fit everybody's needs? I don't know if that question made sense or not, Representative.
May I proceed?
So, Representative Fecto, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. And Representative Stearns did have a couple of questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are two really great questions, and something I really didn't state clearly, and your question kind of leads to it, is there's been lots of work when it comes to crosswalks, lots of work when it comes to standards and the minutia and state standards from every class. And then we just saw all the great work that's being done on industry standards in our CTEs. But those really pertain to what's happening in the individual class by and large. And I really look at this bill, LD 516, as a great way to align how we also interact with dual enrollment, because our students are essentially leaving their traditional public school and going somewhere else that somehow that functions very similarly to how dual enrollment works. Or when a student leaves the school to go to a local community college or a local school, that this would function very similarly, where it would indicate when a student is getting education in a different building, in a different institution, here are guidelines on what this credit might be. And so a student that takes a social studies course, let's say it's a dual enrollment course in US history, you can get college credit for it. They work with the university, with the community college or with the university to say that you could take this course for this many hours, you pass these standards, and you can get both a high school credit and a college credit. And so this would apply universal guidelines. It would not force the local institution to do anything, but this bill, in my view, interacts very similarly to dual enrollment, which is the method that we've taken when students leave their physical institution and get education from or at a secondary institution. So I hope that's a little clear and answers both.
That was very helpful for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. May want to ask if we could bring Ms. Smith in to the thing, because the question is directed to her.
I'm sorry, Representative, you said Ms. Smith?
Ms. Smith, Becky Smith, please.
She's not currently with us, but I will reach out right away and see if I can get her on here.
She had something at I think like at 11:30, but I do believe her. And if it's relative to Representative Dodge's question that was posed at the public hearing, at least I know her and Mr. Bailey have had some extensive conversations about it. I don't know if that's what the question was about.
Well, I'm not sure because I don't recall Representative Dodd's specific question, but it's definitely a question with regard to the community college system and whether or not there's what they see as the gap today in the courses and preparation for college.
Okay, I'll reach out to her right now, Representative, see what I can find out.
So Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Representative Bechtel. I guess my question is to help my brain or my thinking. So teaching in a public high school such as Coney or Fort Fairfield High School, and you're teaching a history class, okay, or a language class such as yourself, and they want to go for dual enrollment or take a college course and have it count in your local high school. Well, it's pretty easy to have, let's say, a math class, substitute for a math class and get high school credit, blah, blah. It's a little bit different, I think. Now, I hope you can just say, here, I'm going to slam dunk that. But let's suppose that I'm an English teacher and a student goes to a vocational center, a CTE center, 11 miles away. Certainly not going there to pick up an English credit. Certainly going there to study, could be heavy machinery. It could be, you know, a culinary arts class, whatever. Then the link to coming back and saying, okay, this class covers a lot of the English curriculum at your high school. Can you kind of address that a little bit? Because it's not as clear to me how those two could be aligned, crosswalked, as it would be taking a language class at Coney High School or taking one at Kennebec Valley or what have you.
So thank you, Representative. And I know many CTEs offer, is that my feedback? I know many CTEs, centers and regions offer a variety of courses. At CATC here in Augusta, they also offer a business academy. And so that would be more of a direct link to maybe some English credits. And so that's where I think the role of the Department of Education becomes vital. So when they're already doing all of this minutia work, that they are, I believe, in the state most equipped to identify guidelines on what, I understand that maybe plumbing and heating doesn't serve maybe a great place for English credits. And so that's why I think good direction from the Department of Education that's already, we just saw the website that Ms. Whistler pulled up, they would be able to say that which I also provided a little bit in my testimony, that maybe something like a health careers academy would provide 2 science and technology credits. It's a 3-credit course, but maybe they say, the DOE says maybe one is just general education, but we feel that the number of contact hours you're getting, you could get 2 science and technology credits if your local school district wanted to give them. And in the business academy, which I did reference in my testimony, I said, maybe it's 1 English language arts, maybe 1 general education, and maybe 1 career and education development course credit for that course. And so I think the DOE is best equipped to do that, given all the standards that they have, and realizing that I really highly doubt that for automotive technology, you'd be getting an English language arts, but you could be getting a mathematics, a science and technology, and a career and education development if it is a 3-credit course at your local high school. I hope I answered it.
Yes, you did. Thank you. I appreciate the discussion.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? Sam, do we have somebody from the Department of Education?
Yeah, I haven't heard from Becky Smith yet, representative, but we do have, we still have Dwight Littlefield and Diana Doiron from the DOE.
Who do we have?
Dwight Littlefield and Diana Doiron.
Okay, could we have one, if not both of them?
Well, they're going in. May I jump in briefly, Representative Brennan?
That would be fine.
I just forwarded an email from Becky Smith to the committee members, which sort of has an outline of what she would have said had she been able to be here. And she just basically indicated that in terms of gaps that it can be challenging and there's no one transparent indicator that students have a skills gap. And in the technical courses, there are concerns, as was discussed with the last bill, about students being taught on outdated equipment. But she provides a little bit of examples of how the community colleges are looking at this issue, as well as something Kennebec Valley is piloting regarding some self-placement so that students can make some informed choices and where they're doing some remediation. So anyway, I just forwarded that email to you.
Okay.
That might help provide some, if not, all answers to your question.
Okay, thank you. So I have one question of Mr. Littlefield, and then Representative Millette had a question. Or I'll defer. Go ahead, Representative Millette. Go ahead and ask your question.
It's actually not a question, so I can wait.
Okay. Mr. Littlefield, it appears what Representative Fecto is asking would make some sense, and it could be helpful in terms of identifying those credits and things. The only concern I have is that you would be issuing guidance without any review by the Education Committee. You would follow the bill and then issue guidance. And would it be possible for you to do the type of analysis that Representative Fecto is asking, and then make a report back to the Education Committee before guidance is issued?
So I think it's there's a couple of points to make here. So when you get into credits, we don't determine credits. So we don't make that alignment at the local level on credits and graduation credit requirements that take place. So to make that's really at the local level. So on a much higher level, we can make that alignment with the main learning results, with the standards, much like what Ms. Rissler shared with you, with the industry standards, and then that can be used as guidance at the local level, which it does happen. There is communication that happens at the local level, in making those connections with the learning standards or the learning outcomes. And I think that's another piece, and certainly I'm not the expert on that, but there's an alignment that's a little bit easier to make with the standards that are being met, and connecting that, at the local level as part of their graduation requirement. But as far as credits and getting into that, we don't get into that level. That's established at the local level. So we can keep it at the high level with the industry standards and the alignment with the main learning results, and they can use that to help to support them.
Okay. And is that something that you're doing now, or is it if this committee was to ask you to continue with that alignment with learning results with local districts, that's something that you could do?
Yeah, so we're continuing that work. As you know, the learning results have just been updated. So we were waiting for that process to end. I can tell you we're in the process right now of looking at our industry standards and making sure that those are updated. So we will continue that work and look for opportunities to make that alignment. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You actually were touching on my thoughts.
That's scary
So
for both of us, I'm sure.
I'm reviewing the sponsor's testimony, and I take very seriously the concerns that Representative Fecto has raised, and that there are students that are struggling to receive appropriate recognition for some of the work and the learning results within the CTE format, and may be denied access to graduation as a result of that. That's very concerning to me. But at the same time, I think we've been clearly told by the department that the way Maine's public education system works, it's not up to the department to have the credit conversation. It's happening at the local level. So once again, we find ourselves betwixt and between, recognizing there is a rather substantial issue that exists for a very important part of our population that is seeking to participate in our workforce, but is having obstacles thrown up in front of them by our very own system. So I'm wondering, rather than putting this on the department to develop guidance, and my stomach is churning as I say this, because I know we have lots of studies and all of that, but I'm wondering if we ask our principals, our superintendents, our CTE directors, our school boards, our educators to come together and have this conversation and say, what is it that we can do to break down these barriers that doesn't require changing the credit, making the credit discussion a state discussion instead of a local discussion. So those are my thoughts about where we are on this bill.
Thank you, Representative Millett. Representative Stearns, and then Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the same feelings, I think, as Representative Millett. And I think it's safe to say that local units they're evolving from a period of time when again there was an enormous amount of minutia involved in meeting every standard and confusion regarding issuing a diploma. And I think they've had a bit of relief from that without losing sight of the fact that the diploma has to be based on some learnings. There has to be proof of learning. With that said, I'm wondering if a simple memorandum from the department to every school unit stating that they have the ability, they are clear to make any type of those arrangements between CTEs or any other institution, as long as they feel and they're sure that it meets their criteria for earning a credit, that they certainly have the latitude to do that. I would ask the sponsor if that would meet the need without having the department issue guidance to just let folks know clearly you have the ability to do this. Would that do the trick?
Representative Fecto.
Thank you, Representative Stearns. I think it may do something. It's hard to tell what a memorandum to a local school on already strapped guidance counselors and everything. I think the state has the resources to do it, and they find it. I mean, naturally, with an ample amount of time and ample amount of staff just sitting in the bullpen, I think that's something they could do. However, I don't think it's realistic given the time constraints on our professionals on the local level. So I do agree with you philosophically, but I think the manpower stays with the Department of Education. And when it comes to what Mr. Littlefield was just saying, that they don't get into credits, I would tend to agree with that, but I would disagree a little bit to say that the institutional knowledge on credits and graduation standards does rest within the department. Right now, the commissioner can issue diplomas for deficient students as part of a those that have received disruptions. Also, I know we had a spot of discussions surrounding that in the 129th, as well as when it comes to our credentialing department, that there is a significant amount of transcript and credit analysis done in the Department of Education. So the wisdom and knowledge does stand there, as well as the robust dual enrollment that the department has been doing. So while I think the switch can't be turned on immediately, as in tomorrow, that the institutional knowledge and the familiarity with transcript and credit analysis, it does rest right in Augusta.
Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear Representative Millett and Representative Stearns, and Representative Fecto's concern, and definitely pushing forward as we get into more and more technical education, and it's definitely going to grow. This issue needs to be resolved. So I'm hoping as a committee we can come up with a solution here that that will answer this concern, because kids are going to be losing out more and more. Thank you.
Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think I just got in the chat, Ms. Smith is available now. So if we could bring her in, I'm sure she'll be able to answer my question.
Sam, oh, here she is. Welcome. Welcome, Ms. Smith. Thank you for being here with us. Well, almost. There you are. Great. Thank you. And Representative Crockett, if you'd like to ask your question of Ms. Smith, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolve has a lot of tentacles. And, my question isn't so much about the credits and the high school equivalency and all that getting figured out. It's about the need for the right curriculum, the right instruction in preparing our kids for the next level. And of course, Ms. Smith indicated in the public hearing, along with, I believe it was another gentleman, that there are pretty serious gaps in our preparation for the kids. I was hoping that maybe she could elaborate on that a little deeper, because it feels to me there's a huge need for reviewing this process.
Sure. And I'm sorry that I was in a different meeting that I just left. And so I have not been listening to your conversation since about an hour or so ago. So when I testified on actually on LD 144, which was the Speaker Fecto's bill that you discussed earlier this morning. Different Fecto. But we basically, what we have found is that some CTE facilities don't have appropriate equipment, don't have up-to-date equipment, or don't have the types of equipment they need in order to fully prepare their students for the community college level courses. So that was primarily what I did testify on. However, I know that I believe Representative Dodge perhaps asked a question, and that may have been on this bill. And I was sort of half listening because I was doing something else. And I don't know, Ms. Risler, if you sent my response to the committee or not. Because it was just in an email to you and to Steve Bailey. But
I just sent it now, but many members may not have had a chance to read it yet.
Well, let me just read it real quickly, because it comes from our chief academic officer. And it was what Representative Dodge had asked was around math and English versus the more technical side, which is more of a facilities issue. And that one I think we've explained well enough, which is that obviously if they don't have up-to-date equipment, the students are learning how to fix cars that don't have computers or aren't electric vehicles, they can't, it's not really fair to those students. So when we talk about the more broad education, the math, the language arts, that sort of thing, what Dr. Sorter said was, this one is challenging. There currently is no one transparent indicator that students have a skills gap, no statewide assessment, and often the gap may not be in general education, it's in the technical courses because students were taught on outdated equipment, as you've heard. Even when there was a statewide assessment, that was just the first indicator of a possible problem. We are taking a much broader look at readiness by using multiple measures, which are being used more widely across the colleges. What general education courses students took, how long ago, the grade in their courses, and overall GPA, which current research identifies as the best predictor. We can't tell how much support a student may have had to get to that GPA, to get to that grade, but they said that's more of a minor, she said that's more of a minor problem. Kennebec Valley Community College is piloting right now a guided self-placement so that students can make informed choices. And if that's successful, then we're going to bring it to scale across the 7 colleges, but that's more for the adult students who've maybe been away from school for a while. We were in the past kind of over remediating students, which I think you've heard about for those of you who've been on the committee for a while, by relying on kind of one strike high placement tests that, some people don't test well. But we're working now more on math pathways that align secondary, including CTE learning with the post-secondary, and that's what we're continuing to work on. And I don't know if that answers any particular question, but that was what I had prepared for today if I needed it. Does that help, Representative Crockett? If not, I'm more than happy to get back to you.
No, I think it did. Thank you, Ms. Smith. To me, it just highlights the opportunities that are there as long as we can get all our ducks lined up properly.
Yep. And I was just having a conversation with President Dagler in my last meeting about, if you were to do a field trip in a non-COVID world and you were to go to the Rockland area CTE or even Bangor UTC and look at their facilities and then go to Waldo County and look at the Waldo County CTE, the differences are incredibly stark. And so we can't offer the courses that we offer in Bangor and Rockland at Waldo. We can't, they don't have the facilities. So even if we bring our instructors there or teach their instructors what, with our curriculum, they can't do it. So I think that's the problem we're all trying to solve.
So thank you, Ms. Smith. And I don't see any Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick one. I wonder if for our recent past, in the time that Ms. Smith is referring to about them approaching remediation in a different way, if you have seen a change in the number of students who require, for example, algebra remediation or English language arts, but more specifically about, for example, following directions, that those sorts of skills or lack thereof. Thank you.
I can I can get at more specific information about that. I do know one of the things we're working really hard, and I know some secondary schools are still kind of pushing algebra, is that we're working more on what does the student want to learn when they come to us, and what math do they need to be successful in that career. Algebra is not always the thing you need. Could be more of a geometry. It could be, you need algebra if you're doing culinary, but there may be different types of math, different math pathways that the students, who never could just handle algebra, but that's not what they need to do what they want to do with us. So I know that that's the major thing we've been working on for a while. I can ask. We also, I have a meeting on Friday with adult ed. We're working much more closely now with adult ed on some of the skill, that kind of college readiness skills gap, which is a lot of what they do as well. And they do it very well. And so, just trying to make sure that we're all working as a team instead of kind of this patchwork. So, I mean, but I'll see if we have any particular data on what we've seen, and get back to you. It may not be in relation to this bill, but I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Thank you. Representative Roach?
Yes, so, and I seem to be confused, and this happens often in my life, but it seems like we're discussing two bills instead of the bill that's in front of us. So I'm starting to get really, like, my mind's not working right, but am I wrong in thinking that, or is anyone else?
No, I think that's true, that we've kind of wandered into another area that is not the intent of the bill, at this point. And what I was going to do, looking at the time and everything else, was make a motion and see if it is reflective of a majority of the committee, and of some of the comments that were made. So, okay. So before I do that, though, I got Representative Millette.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate a chance to just weigh in. I would love for the committee to send two letters, or one letter to a bunch of folks, which is to the Department of Education and all the stakeholders, asking them to come together and have this conversation, and then get back to the committee about some of the identified solutions that they came up with in terms of supporting districts and in making sure that they understand how to go through this process. And also then encourage the department to reach directly out to all districts as well, with information about how best to have these conversations. I think that would be my suggestion.
Okay. So you're suggesting two letters to the department, two separate letters, or?
One letter to the department only, right? Asking them to, kind of lean into this and making sure that districts have the right information and understanding of how they can go through this process. And then another one to the department and the stakeholders, asking them to get together and have this conversation and coming and developing some solutions to some of the barriers that have been identified, and letting us and coming back to us with what they came up with. So that way we get some information in the future.
Okay. So did you want to make that in the form of a motion?
If that is the chair's wish, I move that we send those two letters as a committee. Oh, so the motion, I think, would be ought not to pass, right, with these two letters that I just described.
Right. And
I would second that.
Who seconded? Representative McCray seconded. Okay.
Yes, please.
All right. So it's been moved and seconded, ought not to pass on LD 516, but that two letters are sent to the department. One instructing them to inform school districts about what they can do in terms of establishing credits for CTE or working with CTE and quote regular ed. And the second is to convene a working group of persons, of all the stakeholders and interested groups to discuss this issue about how do you match up CTE credit and quote regular school credit. Is that close, Representative Bellet? Okay. Okay. Is there further discussion by members of the committee? Okay, Representative Stearns and then Senator Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'll allow it, I really would like to hear from the sponsor and see what his thoughts are on this way forward.
Okay.
I believe the intent is to get where he wants to get, and I'm wondering if he feels that this mechanism will do just that.
Representative Fecto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for the question. I really have enjoyed the conversation that we've had up until this point. And my caution is letters don't have a lot of teeth to them. And without being too forward, I believe it is within a committee's purview to direct a department to do certain things. And I think the institutional knowledge is there, and that if they would begin this work, but not issue the guidance and come back to the committee for debate and discussion, maybe that would be something that would be more in line with how I viewed this bill as I sponsored it, rather than letters. But this is the committee's bill. So I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Senator Whitson.
No, I was going to suggest that Representative Fecto have a chance to express himself on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Representative Millett, I'm assuming that in your letter, the additional language would be that they report back to the committee on these two initiatives and what they've found. Okay. All right. Any further questions, comments? All right. Representative, I'm sorry, Ms. Risler.
Thanks. I just want to get clarification on two things. First is, did you have a date in mind for when they would be required to report back?
I think January 15th of 2022.
Okay. And there was also a reference that the second letter would be going to the department as well as to stakeholders. I just want to try to get a sense of stakeholders that you were thinking of.
I think it would go to the department and ask them to convene a working group of stakeholders that we can identify going forward.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion? Favor of the motion? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of those in favor, 10. All right, 10. All those opposed to the motion? 1. All right, so Representative Roach, your minority report would be ought to pass, or?
Well, that's interesting. I just, yeah, I guess so. I didn't like the motion itself, but yeah, I guess so. Ought to pass.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, members of the committee, and Representative Fecto, thank you for bringing this to us. And hopefully we can continue to have a robust discussion about this over the next year. And the commitment that I will make to you is that we'll make sure that the department comes back to us with a report, and that you will be involved and invited to participate in that discussion.
I very much appreciate that. Thank you for the committee for their work.
Yep, thank you. Okay.
Before we move on, Representative Brennan, can I just check in and make sure our committee clerk got all the recorded votes he needed?
That we got what?
I just want to make sure Sam got that vote.
Thank you, Hillary, and thank you, Representative. Yeah, if it's possible, just going forward, if we can read off the names.
Okay.
I did get it this time because I was, glancing, but it does
Okay.
I just want to make sure I'm being accurate and, doing the best I
All
can
right.
for the committee.
Thank you. We'll do that. So I'm looking at the time, and what I'd like to do, if it works for everybody, Senator Daughtry has asked that we simply table and carry over her bill. So we could do that very, very quickly and dispense with that bill. And then we still have Representative Stern's bill, which again, I'm hoping that it's not going to take a huge amount of time. But the idea would try to be done with both of these fairly soon, have a short break, and then come back for the public hearings that we have this afternoon. So Representative Stearns, or I guess I'd say to Hillary, we'll close the public hearing on LD 516. We'll open the public hearing, not public hearing, close the work session on 516, open the work session on LD 572. And I'd ask Ms. Risler if she could do a quick summary.
I will be quick.
Okay.
Let me just pull it up. All right, so this is LD 572, which is an act to assist students in preparing for opportunities to live and work in Maine. The bill requires secondary schools, junior high schools, and middle schools when providing career or educational programming materials and guidance for students and parents to include an electronic link to the publicly accessible website of the Department of Labor Center for Workforce Research and Information containing statewide employment projections, and it directs the Department of Education, working with the Department of Labor, to develop age-appropriate advice for navigating the website containing the statewide employment projections and to update this advice from time to time. The link you got in your email previously and is also here if you want it. At the public hearing, the sponsor did propose an amendment, which in addition to the above would provide that the Department of Education, in collaboration with the DECD and DOL, establish and maintain resources to provide these developmentally appropriate guidance and information to middle schools, junior high schools, and secondary schools regarding statewide employment projections, career exploration and extended learning opportunities, internships, apprenticeship programs, and career planning. And the amendment would also require Department of Education, DECD, and DOL to report back on information regarding the created resources and implementation statewide of these resources. I put a little drafter's note here just that you may want to specify to which committee or multiple committees the report back should be delivered, since this covers a number of areas, whether you wanted to just come to Department of or just come to the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, or whether you also wanted it to go to perhaps Labor and Housing Committee, perhaps the IDEA Committee. Might be something you want to add in. I included, I won't go through all of this, but there were some proponents who testified how this aligns with the Maine learning results, life and career ready standards, as well as the Maine economic development strategies. And so I've included links as well as some excerpts of that to this bill analysis. And other than that, we do not have a preliminary fiscal impact statement yet. And that's my quick overview. Basically to say that those resources are there and available if you want them. And I'm happy to pull anything up if there are any questions on them.
Great. So are there any questions for Ms. Risler? No. So maybe one quick answer. I would suspect that everybody would want those report backs to go to DOE, DOL, to the IDEA Committee, the Labor Committee, and Education Committee. Any other questions from members of the committee for Ms. Risler? Okay, any Representative Stearns, do you want to add anything to the amendment, or do members of the committee, would they like to ask the sponsor of the bill, Representative Stearns, any questions? I think it's totally unfair that he has a bill that nobody's asking him any questions about.
Representative, I would add that although I know it's a very succinct mandate to post that labor data, I think it's very important to make sure that's available to all stakeholders, families, educators alike. And secondly, the amendment blends in very nicely with the department's future work plan. And the report backs will be, I think, very enlightening.
All right.
I will, if I could just very briefly just jump off of that, what Representative Stern said regarding mandate. And as you know, we do try to identify any sort of potential state mandates, which is an expansion or modification of the activities so as necessitate additional expenditures. I think this is probably considered an expansion or modification. The question is really, is there going to be any sort of additional expenditures? And that's something I'll be in touch with Rachel Tremblay about in OPR to see really whether there are any additional expenditures related to this. And that if that does come back, is something we'll discuss further at language review.
Right. Representative Stearns.
Yes, I believe there was a fiscal note and it said that it would be a very minor incurrence upon the locals to post that.
All right, seeing no additional questions at this point, Representative Stearns, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I forgot the bill number though.
572.
It's LD 572.
I would move that LD 572 ought to pass. I couldn't remember it because I'm so hungry, Representative Brown.
Okay.
I would second
And
that.
it was that
motion,
as amended, correct? Okay.
That is correct, as amended. My apology.
I would second that as amended, Mr. Chair, if you would like. Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded passage of LD 572 as amended with the amendment that Ms. Risler provided to us and that we went through. Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion ought to pass on 572. And Representative Crockett, I believe it's unanimous, Sam. Everybody is voting in favor of it. I do not see Representative Millette at this point, but everybody, Senator Woodson, yes. Representative Dodge, yes. Senator Rafferty, yes. Representative McCray, yes. Representative Lyman, yes. Representative Roach, yes. Representative Salisbury, yes. Representative Stearns, yes. And Representative Crockett, yes. And Representative Brennan, yes.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay. So we're all set with that. Great. So I will say that the public hearing on, the work session on LD 572 is concluded. Thank you very much, Representative Stearns, for the bill and for your cooperation with the amendment. I'll now open the work session on LD 680. And I'll ask Ms. Risler very quickly to summarize the bill for us.
So this is a resolve that would reestablish a task force to study the creation of a comprehensive career and technical education system. That membership in the task force includes legislators, CTE administrators, secondary school administrators, skilled trades union or representative of skilled trades business or industry, commissioner of DOE, representatives of Maine Community College System and UMaine System, among others. And as related to a bill we previously worked on, the task force duties include both the feasibility of a comprehensive four-year high school CTE program, as well as examining those crosswalks and intersections between technical and occupational knowledge and curricula and academic standards. The very brief background history on this one, which was a little bit convoluted, is that it was actually passed in the first regular session of the 129th, but was held by the governor. And it became law after the governor's without the governor's signature in January. But of course, because it was a study that was intended to occur over the interim, all those report back dates and everything had actually passed. A new bill was introduced, or a joint order was introduced so that the committee could report out the bill again, but then that died when the legislature adjourned last March. And as Representative Brennan mentioned earlier, during the public hearing, the sponsor requested that the committee consider carrying this bill over to the next legislative session because of another study that is currently being carried out. And Senator Daughtry had indicated that a private group is conducting a study about a capacity study about local CTE programs, looking at what the need is and what the next steps might be. She said that study is hoping to conclude by spring of 2022, and the results of that study could provide some statistics and then help this committee make some informed decisions about the work of this legislative study. There is some testimony provided for you as well. I also wanted to note that this bill does include a provision about some outside funding and requirement for the study to receive outside funding or they will not be convened. And so I did provide some information on the Legislative Council's policy on acceptance of the outside funding. May not be necessary for the moment if you are considering carrying over the bill, but important information to have.
So at this point, I think the easiest thing for us to do is simply table the bill, and we can make a decision in terms of voting to carry it over at any point. And we're still awaiting guidance from leadership on carryover bills. So we'll just table it and keep it in the committee. And once we have that guidance, we can make a decision about voting to carry it over. So if I could have a motion now to table, I guess the other thing I probably should do, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Risler? All right, seeing none. Would anybody like to make a motion to table? Representative Stearns made a motion to table LD 680, seconded by Representative Crockett. Is everybody familiar with the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion? Sam, it is unanimous. Do you need me to call off the roll or?
No, that's okay. Only when it's not unanimous.
Okay. And Representative Millette, catch up with Sam about the last vote. I'm sorry, I just didn't see you, so I knew you were there in spirit, but.
Yeah, I'm juggling my legislative duties with my newfound nursing duties.
Yeah, and if I could ask quickly, is your daughter doing okay?
She's amazing.
Much like her mother, right?
Oh, thank you, Representative.
All right. So the motion to table 680 passed unanimously, and I will close the work session on 680, and that concludes our work for the day, where we've tabled 144 until Friday for work session. We've tabled 414 until we get a proposal back from the interested parties. It was ought not to pass on 516, ought to pass on 572, and tabled with the carryover on 680. So thank you very much, committee, for all the work. I'm sorry that we went over. Senator Rafferty, do you think it would be okay if we started the public hearings at 1:15?
Yes.
Okay. So Sam, if you would post that we'll be back at 1:15 to start the public hearings we have this afternoon. That'll give everybody about a half hour.
And a reminder to everyone, please, you want to mute your mic and shut down your video. And when we come back, as soon as you turn it on, you will be live.
Good afternoon.
You look like you've been out in the wind, Representative.
I have actually. I've had a lot of stuff to get ready. I had to go over to next door neighbor and let their puppy out to pee, give it a little food, finish packing the car. I got to be on the road in half an hour.
Yeah.
So,
Not enough time in the day.
well, that's the nature of this business. I love being busy, but boy, the problem with this job is even no matter how many hours you work in a day, you're never going to get the feeling like, there, I don't have anything I got to do. And that's okay. That's not a complaint. Gives you something to look forward to in the morning.
Good afternoon.
Good
And,
afternoon.
Sam, did you send a list of people for this afternoon?
I did, Representative, around 12:55 p.m.
Oh, well, I haven't caught up with 12:55 yet.
Okay. Always try to get those last minute ones, so the list is as accurate as
Okay,
possible.
I see it now. It's a panelist. Well, wait a minute. This is the list of people testifying this afternoon?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
And there's the 4 bills, 643, 1050, 52, and 816.
But you sent that at 12:55?
I think it was around there. Let me 12:57.
Yeah, I don't.
I can resend it if you don't see it there.
Yeah,
Did
go
anybody
ahead and resend it because I don't see it yet.
did anybody else receive it? Because I did send it to the whole committee. Okay, that's at least one nod. That's good.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Representative Salisbury. I'll resend it to you, Representative Brennan.
Yeah.
Just watching some signs blow away out in front of my house. Yeesh.
Well, I got
Not really sure what sign that was.
I just watched a gray squirrel on a bird feeder, and it looked like he was on some type of ride at Six Flags. He was rocking and rolling.
It's gonna be Rocky the flying squirrel.
my okay, I do have it now, Sam.
Okay, awesome. And there shouldn't be any last minute ones. That's about as close to 1 o'clock as we can get.
All right. So we got Senator here. That's great. And I just before we go live, or we are live. I realize we are live now. Thank you, Representative Salisbury. Ms. Risler had wanted to know, Senator and Representative Stearns, whether or not we want to do scheduling after the public hearings today. Does that work?
I'm available.
Okay, I am too. Okay, so after we're done with the public hearings, we'll try to do scheduling. Okay. So Senator, how's your internet connection?
It is still weak, and I'm getting messages from Spectrum that there are numerous service alerts in our area due to outages. So I'm hanging on by a thread over here, Mike, I think.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
Well, I know one of the bills later is mine, so if you don't mind sharing, and if
Yep,
I get knocked out,
and one of the bills is mine.
how about
We can just immediately go to work session and ought to pass on both bills.
yeah, we could do that. How about if you start and we get to 52 and I'm still alive here, I'll switch off with you.
Okay, okay, great. We'll do that then. Any questions from members of the committee before we start? And we do, okay, Senator Woodsum, are you here with us? Okay, all right. All right, you are, great.
Yes, I am, yeah.
All right. So Sam, you'll do whatever, we're live now, right? Okay, so good afternoon to members of the public and members of the Education Committee. This is, we have an afternoon scheduled of public hearings for the Education Committee. We have LD 643, LD 1050, LD 52, and LD 816. And that is the order that we intend to move through on the public hearings. When we get to LD 52, we will switch to Senator Rafferty. And then when we get to 816, we'll switch back to me, given the fact that we're trading off bills on both sides. So this public hearing is live on YouTube so that both members of the public and members of the committee understand that it is a live broadcast. And before we get started, I will start with introductions, and I will turn to Senator Rafferty to introduce himself.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. Joe Rafferty, I'm State Senate District 34 down in York County.
And Senator Woodsum.
Senator Dave Woodsum, District 33.
And Representative McCray.
Yes, good afternoon, folks. I'm David McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield up in the center of Aroostook County and representing the good people of District 148. Good afternoon.
And Senator Dodge, I mean Representative Dodge.
Whoa. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good afternoon.
And Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman here at the Capitol. I represent District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
And Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
And Representative Roach.
Good afternoon from a very windy Wells and Representative Wells District 7, Tim Roach. And I do want to say that, like Senator Rafferty, it seems to be in and out. So you never know when we're going to be here and when we're not, but I'm trying.
Well, thank you. Representative Crockett.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Thumb.
And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And my name is Michael Brennan, and I represent District 36, which is part of Portland. And we're also assisted today by Hillary Risler, who is our staff person from the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis, and Sam Baker, who is our committee clerk, and without him, we would all be in the dark. So thank you for your support. So at this point, I will open the public hearing on LD 643, and I assume and hope that Representative Gear is here to present the bill. Welcome, Representative. Well, welcome, Representative. Good to see you today. And before we get started with you, I just need to backtrack for 1 second. I see that Representative Millett, are you here with us as well? Maybe not. She might be listening in, but just not be video present at this point. But anyway, Representative Gear, thank you very much. I think this is your first presentation before the Education Committee this session. So we welcome you. And thank you very much for being here. And you now have the floor to present your bill. You need to unmute. You're muted. Okay, thank you.
There. Thank you very much, Representative Brennan. And it is great to be here. This is my first bill. I am coming to you all today from my car in my driveway because we have had a power outage since 10 o'clock this morning. So hopefully, barring a tree falling on the car, I think I'm okay. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Representative Tracy Gear, and I represent House District 9. I live in Kennebunkport. When you become a school board member in Maine, you learn that your primary job is making sure that your district is run well, and that the board does this by hiring and evaluating the superintendent who follows the policies set by the board. There is one line in the statute describing this duty, and then it is described in 5 pages in Section 3 of the handbook provided by the Maine School Management Association. Good governance in any setting requires striking a delicate balance between oversight and collegial support. In hiring and managing a chief executive, boards must provide support for the executive's decisions and direction, while at the same time setting clear goals and expectations, determining how the executive will be evaluated, and conducting meaningful evaluations. Boards and chief executives all benefit when there is clarity and a common vision of desired outcomes, evaluation, and communication. Being a volunteer board member for a Maine public school district is a tough job. Among the dedicated volunteers who step up to run for school board seats, there are widely varying levels of expertise and experience in the key disciplines of management, goal setting, oversight, and evaluation. Boards provide varying levels of training to equip board members to deal with these important roles. And board members can be challenged in balancing their roles of being collegial and supportive, while also overseeing and evaluating the superintendent's performance. I have witnessed boards struggle with this issue to the detriment of students and the community. Boards can fall into the trap of deferring too much to the superintendent in a situation where oversight is sorely needed, or do a poor job of connecting the superintendent's goals to actual desired outcomes, or fail to set up meaningful evaluations that assess the superintendent's performance with all constituencies. Alternatively, boards can veer too far to the other side, not supporting decisions made by the superintendent to deliver on the goals mutually decided upon. The state's professional association, the Maine School Management Association and Maine School Board Association, does an excellent job of helping school boards in many areas, but has fundamental conflicts of interest when it comes to superintendent oversight. Not only do MSMA and MSBA represent both superintendents and boards, they manage executive searches for school districts across the state. In addition, the law firms that practice in the field of public education in our state focus on protecting the interests of boards and superintendents. When it comes to superintendent oversight, every Maine school district must almost reinvent the wheel with regard to hiring outcomes and results-based goal setting, performance management, and 360-degree evaluations, not to mention staying up to speed on best practices in all of these areas. We need an independent, optimized project to diagnose the needs of school boards, source or create tools and systems to help, and make these resources available to all Maine school districts. LD 643 is intended to start this process. LD 643 directs the DOE to establish such a system and to convene a working group of experts in the field of governance and oversight in order to analyze and assess the needs in Maine. The group would investigate current best practices, training, and support for school board members with a focus on hiring, evaluating, and overseeing superintendents, and identifying gaps and needs. The group will also research available evidence-based processes, tools, and online secure 360-degree evaluation systems as potential resources to help our dedicated school board volunteers better execute their role in superintendent oversight. And while I did not include this in the original bill, I do agree with many who I've spoken with that the working group should deliver a report to the legislature with its findings and recommendations. Having DOE head up this effort will assure that the interests of students, families, and communities receive appropriate weighting in the process of hiring, overseeing, and evaluating superintendents, and will result in recommendations that will help all Maine school boards improve on how they do their single most important job. And so I ask you vote ought to pass on LD 643. Before ending my testimony, Mr. Chair, I wanted to check to see if there is someone who is not able to be with us today who has submitted written testimony, and I wanted to see if I could just read her testimony into the record.
Sure.
Great, thank you. Just let me take a minute and bring that up here. Okay, and I am going to read into the record today the testimony of Gabby Grecken, and she is a resident here in Kennebunkport. To the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. As a Maine-based national consultant on human capital practices for school districts, I'm writing to share my strongest possible support for LD 643. Maine school boards have tremendous amounts of power and responsibility handed to them, despite a lack of any required skills, experience, or qualifications to serve. We take parent and community volunteers and expect them to somehow possess or obtain the knowledge, judgment, and expertise necessary to undertake one of the hardest tasks in education, the successful management and oversight of district leaders. Board members vary widely in their ability and capacity to serve, yet all share this formidable and vital responsibility. In my experience, both nationally and here in Maine, the absence of structured guidance and supports often leads boards to err in the extremes in their efforts to provide effective superintendent management. Either they micromanage and meddle unhelpfully with a strong superintendent who requires and deserves their confidence and support, or they remain inexplicably and problematically hands-off with a weak or dysfunctional superintendent who requires more muscular oversight. The right altitude of effective management is an admittedly hard balance to strike. Boards need a structured framework that clearly states the expectations, combined with concrete resources, tools, and direct guidance to instruct them on how to meet their obligations. Strong superintendent goal setting is essential. Goals must be strategic, measurable, ambitious, relevant, and time-bound, otherwise known as SMART goals. The goals must measure outcomes, results, instead of inputs, activities to be completed, and must result in meaningful student outcomes. They shouldn't measure how superintendents will do the work. They must measure the results of what superintendents aspire to achieve. Effective goal setting is one of the most challenging areas of human capital education management, and board members need and deserve support in how to do it effectively. In my work as an education management consultant, I see again and again in districts both large and small, wealthy and underfunded, a notable struggle amongst boards to oversee and evaluate superintendents effectively. The root causes range from a lack of will via misguided emphasis on supporting versus overseeing, to a lack of skill via awareness and acceptance of their obligation detached from expertise. LD 643, as currently proposed, would provide an excellent foundation to ensure a baseline expectation for boards, combined with models and templates to support their efforts. Most board members have the best intentions and dedicate enormous amounts of time at great personal sacrifice in order to serve. Please support this bill to give them the tools they need to ensure that Maine superintendents are managed effectively. Our teachers and student success depends on it. Signed, Best Gabby Grecken. Thank you. And with that, I will close my testimony, and I'm here for any questions.
So Representative Gear, at this point, we don't have any video of you. Is that intentional? Oh, now we have you back. Okay.
Sorry, I don't have my computer screen, so I was trying to read from my phone at the same time, and it's a little.
That's fine. I was just didn't know if it was intentional or by accident. So anyway, thank you very much. And I would ask any members of the committee if they have any questions. And I see that Representative Salisbury has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative for your testimony. Just a question for you. You mentioned about when establishing the work group, the concern about not having the main school management or main school boards. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting part of the opportunity that we have in front of us in this regard, in that we have MSMA, MSBA as a resource. At the same time, as I mentioned in my testimony, I do feel like they have a challenge in that they are there. Their mission is, in fact, to represent the interests of school boards and superintendents. And so I think there's a conflict there. So what I really think is an important strategy for this effort moving forward is to have the DOE chair and lead the committee, the working group, and then to have MSMA, MSBA as a key participant and contributor in this effort. I do believe they have a lot to bring to the table, but I would like to see them as a participant. And then we have done some work in other conversations in structuring what the other membership of that group would look like. And I think it's important that we bring in some real unique and separate expertise on issues around governance, and that certainly school district and school board governance, measurement, which I think is another discipline, and another set of expertise that we need. And then I would also think it's very important to get some community volunteer and other school board member input from outside of MSMA. So I think I would really like to see community participation from parents and other folks around the state in that working group. So we could really make sure that everyone's got a seat at that table in terms of how we're going to put the effort together on the program that would help school districts measure and oversee the superintendents.
Okay, thank you.
Had Representative Crockett and then Representative McCray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much a question for Representative Gear, but just a compliment to your improvisational skills. We've seen a lot of things on Zoom now that we've been doing it for a few months, but your resourcefulness and making sure you got here for this public hearing was quite impressive. And I just speaking for one, I'd probably still be panic stricken running around trying to figure out how to make it all happen. So nice job.
Thank you, Representative Crockett. I have to say, this is in between runs I was doing down to check our sump pump and see if the generator's working. So thank you.
So Representative McCray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Representative Gear. It's good to see you. I've always seen, this is a comment, but it's preceding a question. I've always seen it a bit problematic when the employers, the school board in this case, are working almost subservient to the person that they employ, the superintendent. And I've seen cases, personal experience, where that's the case. Same kind of thing with town managers and councils and stuff like that. How common do you think that the balance is not found?
Thank you, Representative. Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
There we go. Yeah, this, I think, highlighted certainly in my testimony, as well as Gabby Grecken's testimony. This is a challenging thing to do in all sectors, in all industries. The idea that you're overseeing someone's performance and overseeing making sure they do a good job. At the same time, it is absolutely essential that you support that person in what they're doing and be that advocate and public support in the community as well. So it is the reason why it's such a thorny problem is that it's such a difficult thing to do well. I call it maintaining evaluative distance at the same time that you're engaging as a collegial support person for someone. And the whole reason why I think we need this program is because it's such a hard thing to do. And we do give boards, you know, people who come to the table with such a wide array of expertise and experience in this. You know, I think it's unusual for someone to join as a school board volunteer in our state, someone who has tons of senior executive management expertise. It's not something that we see every day from anybody, let alone the people who volunteer for school boards. So the fact that this is a very difficult thing to do means that it does require a much more strategic and focused effort to support people in that. And that could be, you know, I think the whole purpose of the working group is to really define what that is. Is it a, you know, a set module for how you work with a superintendent to define that person's SMART goals? So they're really goals that are attached to performance goals that you have for the district. And to make sure that it's really clear to the superintendent and to the board how you're going to be measuring them based on feedback from what constituencies, how is that feedback going to be gathered, et cetera. And then, you know, and then sticking to the schedule. I think we all know that school boards are sometimes really challenged to say, gee, are we going to do it, you know, every quarter, every 3 months or every 6 months? How are we going to really measure that person and give that person the feedback so that they know as a superintendent, are they on the right track, or are they keeping everybody along? And so I think just because of that very fact that it's such a hard thing to do and we need to support people better in it. And also because the risks and rewards are so high. When it doesn't work, it is very disruptive to students and schools in the community. And when it works, it is just so fabulous. And I think that's certainly the purpose of this bill.
Thank you very much.
Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I can tell you I have a dog.
Former Superintendent Stearns.
Thank you very much. Representative, I'm intimately aware of the resources that are available from the Maine School Board Association, and also a couple of the legal parties, legal counsels, the larger firms in the state. What do you suppose the DOE would add to or find to the materials that are already available that aren't there now?
Excellent question, Representative Stearns, and thank you for that. I think that when you look at the things that are available, the thing that has always struck me is that you get conflicting inputs, right, as a school board member. On the one hand, you're told, you know, you've got to make sure to support the superintendent and defer. And then on the other hand, you're getting incremental guidance on how to evaluate when you're not an education expert. And I think it can be very confusing to school board members because it's not clear. The other thing that I've seen happen, and I think has happened in a number of districts around the state, is that in absence of having a comfort level around those issues, school boards can tend to defer to the legal expertise, to their law firm. And that can be challenging because when you are relying on that law firm to tell you what to do, as opposed to how to do it legally, that can be a real problem because that's just the legal perspective and not the oversight and board perspective. So I think those are the pieces that qualitatively I think can be confusing or challenging right now for school boards. In addition, we've seen in research, some other states are starting to make things a lot easier, right? So for example, having an off-the-shelf online 360 evaluation service and module that you can sign on for and as a school district, and have that happen in a secure and privacy protected way, just a plug and play kind of service, as opposed to having to try to reinvent the wheel as a school district, with limited resources and the limited time of the board members. So I think those are two examples of areas where I think we really need to do that working group and do that analysis of what's missing, and hear that from the perspective of actual school board members, parents, students, teachers, folks on the ground about what would help improve the process overall.
Thank you.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Representative Garrett. I understand you're having some challenging weather up there.
We are.
So your answer actually kind of maybe already answered my question, but are you aware of any resources currently on the State Department of Education's website to support school boards in this area of their responsibilities?
So I think that in my conversations with the DOE, I think there's the leadership page that has a lot of different education leadership supports for different roles. In terms of the superintendent role specifically, it is my sense that there needs to be some more support there.
So for the work session, if we could maybe have a bit of a summary about what is currently in place, that would be helpful. Of course, I could go do it myself, but it would be good to have it for the work session so everybody has access to the information. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, other questions from members of the committee? Representative, I just have one quick one. Could you comment a little bit more on section 1 of the bill, which has to do with the school board oversight of and it talks about the Department of Education administering a program?
Yeah, so in the bill as it's crafted, the first part is an act that would direct the DOE to establish the program. So the working group would be in service of creating the program and figuring out the different parts and pieces that are needed, and then crafting that and making it available to school districts. Again, in this conceptualization of the bill, that would be a voluntary program for school districts. So there's, the local control issue should not be affected. It would be available to those school districts who want to participate and use the resources that are there. I would be open to other approaches. And I think, that I've had some discussions about a friendly amendment that would focus on the working group first to formulate those recommendations. But I do think it's really important to establish the fact that this is something that should be provided by the DOE as an independent set of resources.
Okay. Well, that's helpful. And maybe we could talk about language to make it clear that it is voluntary in terms of participation by local school districts and not something that's being mandated by the department to those local school districts. That would be pretty easy to fix that. So anyway, any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I hope that your weather gets better and your power is restored. And tomorrow you can provide some technical assistance to Representative Crockett. So
thank you.
All right, next up, Sam, do we have Representative Cuddy?
We do, Representative, letting him in now.
He is here? Okay. Here he is. Good afternoon, Representative Cuddy. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Representative Brennan.
I
It's nice to
understand
meet
that
you.
you're here to speak as a co-sponsor of LD 643 in support of the bill.
That is correct. And as
right ahead.
many people have said, given the way the wind is blowing, if I suddenly disappear, it's just that a tree has fallen on my house. No need to worry. All right. So my testimony is going to be very short. I will not be able to match what Representative Geer just said or the testimony that she read, but I wanted to add just sort of my personal perspective. I was a member of the, well, actually, let me start officially. Senator Rafferty, former Labor and Housing Chair, Representative Brennan, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Scott Cuddy and I live in Winterport. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville. And I'm here today to testify before you on LD 643. But as I was saying, I really want to bring just sort of my personal perspective to it, having served 4 years on the RSU 22 school board. When I first arrived on the board and was sort of given the explanation of the expectations of a board member, all the information that came to me was delivered to me by the superintendent. And I came to understand that as a board member, I really had two jobs that were of extraordinary importance. The first job was hiring a new superintendent where we need to do so. The second was overseeing that superintendent. I'm an electrician by trade. That's what I do. I know how to run conduit, pull cable, terminate connections, but I don't know how to evaluate the chief executive of a $30 million budget with hundreds and hundreds of employees over 4 towns and 2 counties. And it was really an eye opener when it came time to talk about the raise for the superintendent or the non-raise or ending the contract or whatever it might be, the systems that we had in place to evaluate that superintendent. And having as a sole conduit for the information of how to do it, really being the superintendent. It's a bizarre setup that we have. In the state of Maine, you really have 2 officials that I can think of that are as insulated as they are. A sheriff is sort of a lord of his or her domain in the state, and the county commissioners have very little they can do to a sheriff, but at least that individual can be voted out at the next election. Whereas a superintendent is hired by elected officials and can be discharged by elected officials, but he or she is not actually put into place by the voters. And yet they wield extraordinary authority. So when I read this legislation, saw this legislation, I thought this was a fantastic idea because you have a third party, the Department of Education, giving to the board members what I would hope would end up being sort of a neutral playbook for how to do this. Any board is going to do it the way they want, but at least you'd have that information. So I was excited to see this, excited to read the bill and see the idea, and I am happy to be here to testify in support of it. And if you do have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, thank you, Representative Cuddy. It's good to see you today, and thank you for being with us. And are there any members of the committee that have a question for Representative Cuddy? No, thank you. Thank you very much. And next we had Representative Bailey, who is also a co-sponsor of the bill. Is he here, Sam? Okay. Representative Bailey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see you all again. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 643, Representative Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Education Cultural Affairs Committee. I'll be brief in my remarks. I too have a personal perspective, like Representative Cuddy, having served on the Gorham School Committee for 3 years from 2013 to 2016. If you ask anyone in our town or why they live there or why their neighbors do, you get a remarkably consistent answer. It's the quality of our schools. Accountability in hiring and managing superintendents are important decisions for every district, and especially important for communities like ours, where our community's reputation is so closely tied to that of our schools. During my tenure on the Gorham School Committee and for several years before my service, our committee struggled with how best to hold our longtime superintendent accountable. When he resigned to take another position, we engaged in what felt like a very confusing, challenging, and stressful process of hiring a new leader of our schools. I remember my conversations with my colleagues on the school committee at the time, the resources that were available by the Maine School Management Association, Maine School Board Association, and others, provided basically basic guidance, and the state had little to offer us, we felt, as well. Fortunately, we're in a community that has a lot of education professionals who want to live and work here, and we were able to make connections, tap into our community talent, and expend resources necessary to navigate the challenges that we found in holding our superintendent accountable and in the hiring process of making such an important decision about a new superintendent. However, it felt that in the absence of best practice knowledge and training, school board members like myself still had a lot of doubt and worry about whether we were making the right decisions for our students, teachers, and community. I know that school board members in districts across Maine have felt similarly. I've talked to them during my tenure, and that's why I strongly support Representative Geer's bill to help us crack this nut. I appreciate the opportunity to share my perspective and testimony, and appreciate your thoughtful consideration of this important issue.
Well, Representative Bailey, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate your comments. And Senator Woodson does have a question for you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bailey. Do you feel, a lot of school districts, communities have a very hard time getting volunteers to run for school board. Do you feel that this third neutral party was involved and with more education or guidance, that it might be more encouraging for local people to run for office?
I think that's a great question, Senator. I think that if there were more professional development resources, which is sort of what we're talking about here, right, is guidance and support for school committee members, that those types of resources, I think, would make sort of that citizen oversight committee of the school board maybe more confident and comfortable in their decision making, and perhaps would improve the experience that people have on school committees. And I think people who are running for office, knowing that those resources are available and communicating that those resources are available, might help people make that transition to feel like, who am I to run for school board? Who am I to have those oversight decisions? I think having that sort of training and resources is those opportunities are really helpful to people. And so that's what sort of drew me to look at this bill.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Thank you, Representative Bailey, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Take care. At this point, we have John Kaczynski from Maine Education Association. And unlike others, this is not John's first testimony before the committee.
That's right. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and other esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is John Kaczynski, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Education Association to testify in support of LD 643. The MEA represents 24,000 educators in the state of Maine, including teachers and other certified professionals and support staff in nearly every public school in the state. Really hats off to Representative Geer for amazing testimony. I've submitted written testimony here. I'm not going to read it because many of the comments she made or others have made, but I do want to highlight a few points. Since 2012, almost 10 years now, this committee every year has done a tremendous amount of work on teacher evaluation and support systems. And 2012 was the first time that the state really got involved in crafting teacher evaluation systems that all districts had to implement. And while that work has been daunting at times and the work is never done, most teachers will likely say the teacher evaluations systems in place are mostly helpful to continuous improvement in teaching and learning in our schools. However, scant attention has been paid to the evaluation and support for superintendents. And we appreciate this bill calling for that work group to really delve into the subject of evaluation best practices for our state's superintendents and a commissioner-led program to support school boards in the hiring, evaluation, and supervision of superintendents. In my testimony, I think Representative Geer and others mentioned this, I think there are two specific elements here in Maine that really draw us to be supportive of this concept. One is that nearly all school districts in this state are represented by a single law firm, has very specific ideas and theories that they encourage school boards to adopt. We're going to be talking more about this in some of the testimony I give later on another bill, but just last year, this committee saw a document from Drummond and Woodsum that laid out their theory that school boards are not accountable to voters, for example, but they're only accountable to the state, which was a novel idea. And I know that created some stir among committee members at the time. And then also, as it's been mentioned, there's certainly a unique situation here in Maine. And just to be completely clear, I mean, we appreciate our friends at Maine School Management and we work very well together. I do want to point out there's really three organizations we're talking about: the School Boards Association, and then there's the Superintendents Association, and then they have the umbrella group of Maine School Management. And that, as others have alluded to or frankly have stated, sometimes causes some concern to have them all under the same umbrella. All that's to say, we have tremendous respect and appreciation for the superintendents in this state. And certainly this is not an easy time to be one in the state of Maine. High turnover is an issue, lack of respect, certainly a lack of qualified applicants for many positions. But we hope this bill will help empower school boards to better execute their duties and responsibilities and provide them with tools, a new set of tools help superintendents with fair, objective evaluations and best practices. So thank you all for your time, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions I can.
Thank you, Mr. Kaczynski. Are there any questions of Mr. Kaczynski on his testimony? Seeing none, thank you, and we'll see you later today.
Thank you.
All right. At this point, we have Loretta McDonald from Kennebunkport. Welcome, Ms. McDonald, and the floor is yours. You're muted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of LD 643. I am Loretta McDonald, a resident of Kennebunkport. I've been a public education advocate in Maine for 27 years, and am currently in my second year representing Kennebunkport as a school board director in RSU 21. Today, I speak as a community member. My thoughts and comments are my own and do not in any way reflect those of RSU 21 or the school board. LD 643 will start Maine on a path to improve leadership of the senior executive in Maine school districts by engaging the Maine Department of Education in developing tools to support the hiring, management, and appraisal of superintendents. Not only will well-informed evaluation and oversight of the senior executive improve student outcomes, it will provide cost savings to taxpayers by reducing mismanagement of school districts and legal repercussions. As you know, Maine school boards are made up of community volunteers and frequently have limited insight in how to effectively hire, manage, and evaluate their superintendent. I am a registered nurse and have very little experience in this area. In 27 years, I have observed firsthand the lack of oversight and the damage it can cause in a school district to its students, staff, and community. Starting with the most fundamental task, school boards need to learn how to write goals with measurable outcomes and evaluate effectively as a body. Often this is not done or not done well because it is an onerous process without formal guidance and can be cost prohibitive if using outside resources such as MSMA or legal counsel. The Maine Department of Education should lead this effort by partnering with relevant Maine and national organizations and keep the best interest of students, staff, and community at the fore of how school boards do their single most important job of management of the superintendent. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you very much for being with us today, Ms. McDonald. And I would ask if there are any questions from members of the committee. Seeing none, thank you very much, and thank you for your service on the school board.
Thank you.
Take care. At this point, we have Steve Bailey from Maine School Board Management Association. Welcome, Mr. Bailey. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well, Representative Brennan, and Senator Rafferty. Good to see you as well. Members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee, good to see all of you as well. Thank you for having me here today. And it's no surprise, really, that I'm here today testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association. And in this particular situation, the school board supported this bill and the superintendents were neither for nor against. I'm providing one testimony and it has been already explain to you in terms of how we are organized and operate. The Maine School Management Association is the umbrella group, or we would say it's the support group for the Maine School Boards Association, as well as the Maine School Superintendents Association. By nature of definition, I serve as the Executive Director of the Maine School Boards Association. Eileen King serves as the Executive Director of the Maine School Superintendents Association. So while yes, we do work together, we also work separately. And the legislative committees of these two associations dealt with this issue separately. We have one testimony that I'll provide for you today. School boards are charged with evaluating the performance of the superintendent. That is their one employee. School boards have one employee. It's the superintendent, and they are charged with both with the selection of that superintendent. That's set by law. They have to be the ones who hire. By policy, they also are expected to employ as well as to supervise the superintendent. That's by policy. Evaluating the superintendent is typically done on an annual basis, which is based upon the goals set by the board and also developed by the superintendent. That evaluation includes the superintendent's own self-evaluation and the school board's review of whether previously set goals have been achieved and what new goals are needed. Attached is a policy on how those evaluations should be conducted, because MSMA does have a recommended sample policy for evaluation of school board, of superintendents. It's policy CBI, and school boards have that to be able to conduct their evaluations. Those evaluations should be conducted and includes giving voice to individual board members in assessing performance and ultimately arriving at an overall board evaluation that focus on strengths, weaknesses, and action items. LD 643 would create a working group to review and make recommendations on improving the board's role in hiring and overseeing the district superintendent. MSBA supports the bill. MSSA is neither for nor against the bill because they believe this work already is ongoing and guided by school board policy. We want to make the sponsor and committee members aware, and we do know that they know, that MSMA has been proactive in training around diverse and inclusive practices and hiring. Our organization is sponsoring the ongoing Maine Cultural Competence Institute that has over 440 Maine educators enrolled and actively participating via Zoom. And we would welcome members of the committee to join the next Zoom session on April 12th, if you so choose. We will culminate the 10-month-long series in June and are providing a session on reducing bias in the hiring process on June 3rd. If members of the Education Committee would like to attend that session, we would be happy to accommodate you as well. As you know, we also offer individual board trainings on the basics of running effective meetings and dealing with issues boards may face. We offered 37 of these individual workshops in 2018-19, 43 in 2019-20, and 31 so far this school year. Additionally, the 9 regions have held 36 regional meetings in the past 12 months, as well as 3 board chair trainings prior to the MSMA Fall Conference. In addition to that specialized training, our annual conference is the largest professional development conference in the state for school leaders. This past year, due to the pandemic, the conference was held online, allowing board members and superintendents the opportunity to attend and revisit more workshops than they could possibly have done in person. Our goal this year is to put more training online throughout the year so it can be accessed by individual boards and members at any time. We do have a question on what we believe is the latest draft of this bill that would specifically name the requirements for persons serving on the task force. We would like further clarification on whether specificity limits the available pool of eligible task force members in the state. As a friendly amendment to the bill, we would specifically ask that 3 school board members representing a small, medium, and large district be required members, as well as representatives from the Maine School Boards Association, Maine School Superintendents Association, and Maine School Management Association. And with that, I would be more than happy to take any questions and also would be more than available at the work session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey, for your testimony. Are there any questions from members of the committee?
Representative Brennan, if I could add one more thing, there are many other documents that I did attach to the testimony that I do believe that you received as part of the packet with the testimony. So I would hope that you'd have a chance to look through those as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Bailey, I'm not sure if you can answer this question, but currently when school boards are hiring superintendents, is there dollars available for them to hire an HR firm or things of that nature to help them run this process efficiently? Because my instincts tell me a lot of board members aren't necessarily trained for that all-important hiring decision.
Thank you for the question, Representative Crockett. That's a locally determined factor, and it's a locally determined amount of money that boards, have or would put or dedicate or transfer within their budgets, for that particular process. MSMA does provide a complimentary overview of what the process would be for a superintendent search. We would do that for any district that would ask us to come and identify to them, what the process would be. But that's only the initial starting point. If selected to help them, we would do soup to nuts in terms of being able to provide as little as they wish, because we do have a menu of services that we provide, all the way up through a full search, basically hand in hand with the school committee members in terms of conducting that search, all the way through the onboarding and support of the superintendent in getting involved in their new position. So that process is available, but in terms of dollars, it's not money that's available other places other than coming from the local school board and the school board budget. And that is a limiting factor for some boards, for sure, because smaller boards may not have the dollars to be able to do that. We've been involved in many partial searches because the district may want part of those services, but not the whole kit and caboodle in terms of the entire full steps that are available to them.
All right. Thank you, Representative Crockett. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Bailey.
Good afternoon, Representative Millette. Good to see you.
You too. Well, blow me over with a feather. I'm really surprised. And I think I probably knew this, but it didn't really sink in. But correct me if I'm wrong, there is nothing in statute that says school boards shall evaluate superintendents.
They are to select. And that's the statute that's in section 1001 of school board rules and responsibilities. And then by policy, it ends up being to select, to employ, and then also to evaluate.
But that policy, it's kind of like it's to extend that way. It's actually not required by statute. It's just, we know it's good practice, best practice.
That's correct.
And when you go to the educator effectiveness part of statute, that brushes up against principals, but not superintendents as well.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, just so I want to make sure I wasn't missing something. Thanks so much.
And did you have a second question?
That last one was my second question on educator effectiveness.
Okay. All right. You were so smooth in your transition. I couldn't tell one question from the other. Any other questions for Mr. Bailey? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. And Sam, do we have anybody else that has registered in the last 10 or 15 minutes that was not on the list?
No, Representative, that's everyone.
Okay, so we've exhausted all the people that would be testifying on this bill. So I will call the public hearing on LD 643 closed at this point, and there will be a workshop scheduled at sometime in the future. All right, next we're going to go to LD 1050. And Representative Cuddy will be joining us again to present this bill. And it looks like he is here. Thank you, Representative Cuddy. And it looks like you didn't have to go far between the last time you were here.
No, indeed. No, indeed.
So thank you. So you're here to present LD 1050, and you have the floor, so go right ahead.
That is correct. Thank you very much. I'm Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Scott Cuddy, and I live in Winterport. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville. And I'm here today to present to you LD 1050, an act regarding the duties of school boards pursuant to the laws governing attendance at elementary and secondary schools, which I think has got to be in competition for the longest title of a bill that changes 2 words. Yeah, so today I'm presenting to you a bill today that I'm going to introduce with a phrase that always gives me pause when I'm sitting on your side of the virtual horseshoe. I say that this is a simple bill. We all know that you are changing language in a law and that that's what all bills do. So to say that they are simple usually is not true. But this bill replaces the words rules in 20A in one place, only in section 5003(2) and 3, replaces the word rules with the word policy. And much of the discussion that we've heard on the previous bill centered around the school board's responsibilities. And we talked about the hiring and discharging of superintendent, and now we're talking about the setting of policies. A school board doesn't actually create rules. This is at least from my time on the school board. We created the policies that the superintendent was to execute. The superintendent and the administration then promulgated rules to carry out whatever the policy of the school board was. And this was brought to me by Marianne Royal, who is a current board member of RSU 22 and who I served on the board of RSU 22 with. And it is, I think, in its simplest sense, it is an attempt to actually take the language that governs school boards and governs what they do and make it match up with the actual practice, and also try to line it up with the statute, because in the statute that we were just discussing, where it talks about what school boards do, it says they create policies. I don't know where the switchover in language came in, where they started talking about rules, but the goal is to get it back to that. And you will have the opportunity to speak with Ms. Royal. She is going to be testifying today. And I'm sure she'll be happy to answer questions, but I'm also happy to answer questions if you may have any other.
Well, thank you very much, Representative Cuddy. Appreciate your comments. And are there any questions from members of the committee for Representative Cuddy? Seeing none, again, thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you in the work session.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mary Royal to speak in favor of the bill.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Royal. Thank you for joining us. And we understand that you're here to speak in support of LD 2050. So proceed.
Yes. Good afternoon, distinguished and very busy members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Marianne Royal, and I am a member of the RSU 22 School Board. And I function as the chair of the board's Behavioral Review Committee. And I'm here to share with you a process we underwent, which resulted in the creation of LD 1050. I did submit written testimony, which you can refer to in your work session also. So in June of 2019, the Behavioral Review Committee of RSU 22 began a review of our policies to determine if they were up to date and consistent with Chapter 211, which is attendance. We noted that subsection 5003 required school boards to adopt rules to carry out the chapter. We interpreted that to mean regulations. As we worked on creating rules to align with policy, our conversation raised more questions because in other sections of Chapter 211, policy was the term used. An email exchange in June and July of 2020 with the then chairs of this committee and DOE's Kelly DeVoe ensued. It was the opinion of all that the intent was to create policy. Representative Rebecca Millett wrote, "I believe the use of the word rules in this section is in error." Maine School Board Association Stephen Bailey, who had joined the conversation, said it would require a legislative fix. I contacted my representative, Scott Cuddy, and he agreed to sponsor a bill that would create that legislative fix. That is before you. We are not the only school district that has interpreted 503 this way. Several school boards have spent time developing and adopting attendance rules. As you are aware, and as you've heard in other testimony today, school boards usually adopt policies, and the superintendent creates the rules to carry out those policies. While in some instances rulemaking is mandated, it is rare and usually reserved for those areas of education that address student rights, student responsibilities, such as the new Title IX changes to the Title IX law. Putting school boards in the position of creating rules is problematic. We are continually told as school board members, it is not our job to operate the schools. It is our job to see they are well operated. This bill will keep that line clear. I would like to take a moment, and this is an aside from the written testimony I submitted, because I was given the opportunity to look at the Maine Principals Association testimony on this bill. And I would just like to clarify that subsection 5003 has nothing to do with the subsection on truancy and nothing to do with chronic absenteeism. This bill simply clarifies the intent of the legislature in subsection 5003 with regard to the duties of school boards. So it's my hope that with this understanding, the MPA will withdraw their unanimous opposition to LD 1050. It is my sincere hope that you will unanimously decide LD 1050 ought to pass. It will prevent precious time being wasted as school boards across Maine do their best to ensure that the will of the legislature, as laid out in state statute, is carried out. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of LD 1050 and for your consideration of the requested change.
Thank you very much, Ms. Royal. Are there any members of the committee that have a question? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now have Steve Bailey from Maine School Board Management Association speaking in support of the bill. Welcome back, Mr. Bailey. It's a short hiatus.
Yes, indeed. Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. It's very good to be back with you. This is going to be one of my shortest testimonies ever. Matter of fact, I might even recommend that if you could, that you go into work session and just take care of this today. Very pleased to see the testimony of Mary Royal before you. And as Representative Cuddy has indicated, we really do feel this is a very, very simple change. We're happy to support and reiterate that it is the role of the board to adopt policies, not rules. So with that, I would say that together, Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association would urge your support of LD 1050. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Are there any questions of Mr. Bailey? And Ms. Bailey, if I could, I think Representative Cuddy mentioned this, but you've brought this to the attention of DOE, and DOE also, Department of Education also recognizes this as inconsistency.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. And I'd ask our clerk, do we have anybody else in the queue?
That's everyone, Representative.
No one. Okay, so I will close the public hearing on LD 1050. And there will be a work session scheduled in the future. And at this point, I will turn whatever item that we have been using to establish who's chairing the meetings over to Senator Rafferty as we go to open the public hearing on LD 52. But I see that Representative Stearns potentially has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bailey may not believe this, but I was thinking along those exact same lines well before he said it. And I'm wondering if the committee would entertain going into immediate work session on the previous bill.
I don't think that's a bad suggestion. It's just my experience sometime in the past is when we do things like that, we then end up having to back up because we forgot something. So
fair enough.
I would prefer just to have Ms. Risler make sure that she covers the bases and that we're moving in the right direction. So Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was a little surprised by the testimony from MPA, so I would love to give them some time to just come back to the committee with either confirming their opposition or clarifying their position before we work this bill.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But I do Representative Stearns, I do appreciate the sentiment and trying to move things forward. So we closed public hearing on 1050, and I will turn it over to the good senator from York County, from Kennebunkport, and hope that their internet connection maintains itself.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. Appreciate all your work today and keeping us directed. This has been, you know, one of the more nerve-wracking days since we started for me personally, between my the power initially and then the internet warnings constantly. But thank you very much.
Yeah.
And in any case, I'd like to open the hearing on LD 52, an act regarding collective bargaining negotiations by public employers of teachers. And first speaker this afternoon will be our esteemed representative. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty and members of the committee. I hope next session that whatever bill I introduced, I won't have to start with the opening statement of this is a bill I introduced last session. And we all have one or two bills that we had introduced before, and they got lost along the way. LD 52, an act regarding bargaining negotiation of public employees of teachers, was a bill that was introduced in a special session last year. It received a public hearing and support from the Education Committee. And on the last day that we were in session in March, it was tabled in the House and not to go any further. So I've reintroduced the bill. The bill is a collective work and collective support of the previous 6 months before that. We started in July of 2020. And well, actually it was probably September of 2020, and then went forward into January and February. It was something that is supported by the Maine Education Association, by the Maine Principals Association, by the Maine Superintendents Association, by Maine School Board Management, by the Commissioner of the Department of Education, and also had the support of the governor. And basically the bill does two things. The first part, it clarifies some of the procedures and some of the language around the process called advise and consent, or advise and consult, which is where the school committee and superintendent and MEA would have an opportunity to meet and consult with each other about educational policy issues. And for many, many years, there has been ongoing discussion within the legislature and in the public about where you draw the line between educational policy and then those issues that are open to collective bargaining. So in this bill, we tried to do two things. One is that we tried to clarify the opportunity for teachers and union and other members of the public in some ways to be able to consult with school committee members and with the superintendent about educational policy issues. There had been longstanding practice and legislation related to that, and this simply clarifies that process. The second part of the bill, which certainly took up more of the discussion, was whether or not two items, one had to do with preparation and planning time, and the other had to do with transfer policy, which had been debated as educational policy issues, and as a result of that, were not subject to the collective bargaining process. What this bill does is allow permissive language to exist, and in those instances where a school board and the union, the bargaining unit, agree to negotiate on planning and prep time and on transfer policy, that they can do that. But it has to be the mutual agreement of both sides. If one party does not want to bargain over those two topics, then they are not eligible for a collective bargaining negotiation. So it takes both sides to agree on these two topics. And again, it took a lot of negotiation and a lot of discussion, but eventually everybody came to the table and everybody agreed that having this permissive language combined with clarifying the advise and consult part of the statute would simultaneously protect the right of a local school board to establish educational policy. And at the same time, it would allow the bargaining unit to interject two items, planning and prep time and transfer policy, into negotiations where they're mutually agreed upon. So I hope that the committee will again act favorably on this bill as they did a year ago. And I do believe that the bill does represent the best of negotiations and the respect that everybody sat down who had a stake in this issue, had long discussions, and each side agreed that getting to the point that's represented in this bill was something that was good public policy. And again, as I mentioned, simultaneously protects the role of school committee in establishing educational policy, and at the same time gives a voice to employees in terms of negotiating over issues that were important to them. So I will stop at this point, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions. I did submit short written testimony, and rather than read the testimony, I chose to just try to summarize this as best I possibly could. And again, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brennan, for your testimony. I just have a couple of questions for you. Is this bill, as it's presented today, the same bill that was presented last session, or is part of it an addition?
It is an exact replication.
Okay. All right. Wasn't sure.
There's nothing that's been changed.
Okay.
Because to do that would have disrupted the whole agreement that we came to last year. So I didn't move a comma, a period, or one word.
Okay, great. And I'm just wondering if maybe during our work session, if we can talk a little bit about the case from the Westbrook School Department against Westbrook Education Association against the Maine Labor Relations Board regarding this very issue and the outcome of that case and how this plays in altogether.
Sure, we could ask Ms. Rizzler to try to summarize that. That would not be something that would fall in my limited field of expertise about anything.
It would fall into mine and I'd be happy to speak all about it.
Okay,
So anyway,
great.
I'll provide that information to Mr. Rizzler. I have a copy of that, so we can talk a little bit more
Okay.
about that. We'll talk more in the work session. Thank you.
Yeah, and I thought, just for my own benefit, Representative Salisbury, that had to do with the advising the meet and consent policy.
It had to do with the ed policy, the
Okay.
ed programs.
Okay.
I'm not saying the right word. What am I trying to say here? No, it was, I don't think it specifically related to the advising consent. It was regarding the planning, the preparation and planning time.
Okay. Okay.
And so that part of it, more than that, the advising consent.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of Representative Brennan?
Well, thank you very much. And
Dancing around here, trying to kill phones and everything. Sorry.
well, thank you, Senator, and I will patiently wait for the rest of this public hearing, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Absolutely. I know that we have only two folks this afternoon, both speaking for. The first up will be Eileen King. Good afternoon, Eileen.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Eileen King, Deputy Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 52. I'm not going to go ahead and read all of my testimony. I think Representative Brennan did an excellent job of talking about the work that was done by all the organizations, about the great conversations we had, about the negotiations we had, about coming to common understandings, creating understandings among our organizations, and getting to a place where teacher prep and planning, as well as teacher transfers, could be bargained when it was mutually agreed upon. It also talks to the meet and consult process, which also ended up in a resolution for Maine School Boards Association that calls on its members to find ways to validate and improve the meet and consult process when adopting or amending ed policy. I would like to point out that this collaborative work, I believe, was the beginning of this great relationship we have with all of our educational organizations. This was the first time our commissioner pulled us all together when we started to talk about this bill and trying to find some common ground that we could all support. That important conversation and those relationships have carried us through an incredibly difficult year through COVID, as we've tried to address all of the issues that we've all had to face. And so I'm very appreciative of Representative Brennan's work and obviously Commissioner Macon's work in bringing us together. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. King. We appreciate you being here. And thank you. Have a great afternoon. The next speaker, speaking for, would be Grace Levitt of the Maine Education Association. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education, Cultural Affairs. I'm Grace Levitt, President of the Maine Education Association, and I won't read my full testimony, besides there's a typo in it. I apologize for that, I just saw it now. But I did submit written testimony, but I really am just echoing the remarks that my colleague Eileen King from Maine School Management has just stated, as well as what Representative Brennan has spoken about in his sponsorship of this bill. So I do want to just echo a little bit, though, the countless hours that all of those groups spent on coming to consensus on this bill. And it is word for word, as Representative Brennan said, comma for comma, exactly the same bill that we all arrived at consensus on a little over a year ago. But we met during so many hours at the commissioner's behest. All of those groups came together and really stuck with it and came to this agreement on both of these points, on having two permissive subjects so that, again, both sides agree we can talk about this and negotiate something, and also to have clarification around the meet and consult work that needs to be done every so often when something comes up. And I really just am so appreciative of the fact that Representative Brennan put this bill in initially, 1879 it was, in the past legislature, and also to Commissioner Macon and the others around the DOE who brought us all together until we did reach consensus. Because as Eileen said before me, that formed the basis for the foundation, if you will, for what we have all been doing throughout this pandemic. And it has made a huge difference in terms of all of us meeting very frequently, working together, confronting the many challenges that our schools and our students have faced in order to get through this. And without that foundation, I'm not sure where we'd be right now. I hate to think about it, but it really has made a huge difference. And we've been working collaboratively throughout this. Again, I am very grateful for that. So without further ado, I don't need to spend any more of your time on this. But again, I just want to emphasize that a great deal of effort went into this. And I'm hoping that we can finally get this just passed and signed. It was near the finish line, right at the finish line before the pandemic hit and things went awry. But it did leave us in the best possible place that we could be in for what we have had to deal with during this pandemic. So I thank you for your time, and I'm certainly glad to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions of Ms. Levitt? Again, seeing none, Ms. Levitt, again, I would like to thank you for your being here this afternoon and being
Thank you.
Helpful to us and available. Thanks.
Thank you all. Thank you for your work. Thanks.
I don't believe, Sam, we have any additional speakers either way.
That's correct, Senator. That's everyone.
Thank you, sir. That being said, I will call the hearing on LD 52 to a close. I hope the next guy does as well, Representative Brennan.
Okay, so next up, we have public hearing on LD 816. So I will open the public hearing on LD 816 and invite the sponsor of the bill, Senator Rafferty, to present the bill to the committee.
Thank you very much, Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the Committee on Education, Cultural Affairs. As you know, I am Joe Rafferty, and I proudly represent all the people of Senate District 34 in the Maine Senate, and I'm here to present LD 816. I am pleased to sponsor the bill, and before we dive into the so-called weeds of the bill, I want to mention that I've prepared an amendment to this bill and hope that the committee will consider this amendment. I realize the original bill was not reflective of what I was hoping to achieve, and hope that the amendment may be more acceptable to the committee. And frankly, I think it is a simpler version of what I am hoping to do with this bill. So the amendment would strike and replace the bill with the following. LD 816 would simply state, an act to improve communications between school boards, educators, and the public. And I feel that this bill seeks to break down any silos that may exist between school board members and educators. Nothing in this bill is attempting to circumvent the chain of command in schools. Instead, what I hope to do is encourage more communication between school board members and public school employees. Looking back on my own experiences throughout the 40+ years as an educator, I served under a dozen superintendents. Each offered differing approaches to communication with educators. Some had an open door policy, while others made it difficult for teachers to be heard. The styles of communications became more evident during my years participating in the MEA's monthly regional meetings offered to most York County schools. It was at these meetings that I became aware superintendents in some communities actually forbid communications between a board member to teacher or a teacher to board member. This did not allow for open communication, as I know public schools work best when all parties are working together. The administrators, educators, school board members. School board members are the publicly elected representatives to oversee our schools. I learned that last session, there was some discussion with this committee about the role of the school boards and whether these publicly elected school board members are accountable to the public or the state. I want to make clear in this bill that school board members are accountable to their voters and to their local communities. And with that obligation also comes an obligation to actively listen to and solicit the viewpoints of educators in the field. In too many cases, I've heard colleagues complain about the lack of communication between our school board representatives and the frontline teachers. Issues such as school climate, school programs, success stories, challenges should be lines of open communication between school boards and educators. The original version of this bill was intended to give local associations the ability to talk directly to their school boards during public meetings. That is a fine option as well. Again, the purpose is not to air grievances, but instead we should encourage collaboration, and with that collaboration comes listening. The duties of school boards in Title 20-A 1001 is rather meager, and I believe that clarifying and codifying into law the duty of school board members to communicate with their voters and school employees is a critical step in bridging the gap of communication. That is what this bill does. This may also address issues raised last session about the role of the school board, local voters, and to local voters and people in their community. Lastly, in line with LD 643, I also suggested adding language under the duties of school boards to annually review the superintendent. If this language is unnecessary, it can certainly be removed. Thank you for your time, and I'll do my best to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Thank you very much, Senator. And at this point, are there any questions from members of the committee for Senator Rafferty? Seeing none. It looks like you're done at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we have John Kaczynski from MEA. And obviously, John has had a somewhat busy afternoon. Good to see you, Mr. Kaczynski.
Hello there, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, other esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is John Kaczynski, again here on behalf of the Maine Education Association to testify in support of LD 816. Appreciate the sponsor's amendment and think I definitely after reviewing the new language is much more clear and we definitely support it. I don't want to, Senator Rafferty made a number of good points. Some of those are included in my testimony. I just want to highlight a few points. He mentioned, as I did in my previous testimony, the 2005 school law advisory from Drummond, Woodsum, and McMahon. And I thought I included that with my testimony, but if I didn't, I will be sure to get that to Ms. Risler. This was a document that Drummond Woodsum continues to use to educate school boards about their role. And in it, in fact, the author contends, quote, towns and town voters have no authority over school boards, end quote. The document clearly states, quote, school boards are not required to let members of the public speak at its meetings, end quote. Furthermore, the document goes on to warn school board members not to be the, quote, Britney Spears, end quote, of their local school board, and instead their role is to support administration. At the time of this discussion, attorneys for the same firm were conducting a training for a school board in Southern Maine, which was broadcasted on the web, reiterating the messages that school boards are not accountable to voters, but the state. And I want to point out, so I think the amended language of 816 is far more clear, and I would agree with the sponsor's comments. And someone mentioned this in an earlier public hearing today. When you look at the duties of school boards, there's not much there. It doesn't even include the annual evaluation of superintendent. It simply includes the selection of the superintendent as the only charge for the school board. So certainly we've looked at other sections of law in the past to try to make sure that they're responsive to the needs of the day. And we would argue this is probably a place where such a look is warranted. I want to point out as well, this is an ongoing, consistent concern of educators around the state. Last session, when we talked about LD 721, that was a bill just to require school boards to offer public comment. My testimony, which is referenced in this testimony, talks about Bangor, Easton, and Old Orchard Beach as 3 towns where this issue has all risen up. It's been in the papers, and there's been a lot of concern about the lack of school board and educator communication. In this testimony, I want to point you to a few examples. For example, in SAD 44, which is the Telstar district out in Bethel, they have an adopted policy, which I've included, and it reads, all communications or reports to the board or to any committee of the board from principals, supervisors, teachers, or other employees shall be submitted through the superintendent. All communications. This is not the only place where this exists. In fact, you can find identical language in SAD 70, which is the towns of Hodgdon and other surrounding communities, where they also, in their same policy, say the relationship of the teacher to the board is indirect. The teacher is directly responsible to the principal, through him or her to the superintendent, and then to the board. This kind of language, we would argue, has a chilling effect on the types of communication that educators would want with their local school board members. Let us be clear, as Senator Rafferty said, we don't view this and we wouldn't encourage circumventing chain of command or, we know administrators need to know about issues or concerns in order to be able to address them. Yet in too many places, we see educators who are fearful of retaliation or reprimand if she or he has a conversation with a school board member. And we would hope that no one on this committee would support that. The amended language in LD 816 is not a panacea, but we hope it fosters greater collaboration and communication between all parties. In fact, if we would even say, maybe we could take the bill one step further and suggest, not sure if it fits under the current proposal, but just to clarify that school employees have the right to discuss matters with school board members. The way it's currently written, school board members have the obligation to solicit input, and we support that, but we still would love to see employees have the right to talk to school board members directly without fear of reprisal, which is happening in too many places. So for those reasons and many more, we thank you all for your time. We thank you for your commitment to the state, and I will do my best to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
So Representative Stearns, Mr. Kaczynski, thank you for your testimony, and we have a question from Representative Stearns.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Mr. Kaczynski, how are you?
Good to see you, Representative Stearns.
Very good to see you. The wind has not blown us, either of us away yet today.
It hasn't, but if you look at my hair, what little I have, it looks like it blew my hair there.
I'm wondering if a final resting point for this might be that a required public meeting, if you will, between the association or faculty or teachers or staff and school board members, separate from a school board meeting that could be scheduled periodically, and a chance to really exchange ideas. I know some school systems do that anyway. It's they call it a board faculty council, and it's a good chance to, before you get to the bargaining table and the gloves are on, to really say, hey, how come we do this way? Couldn't we do it that way, and have that dialogue? I'm wondering if that would work, but I understand the sensitivity on both sides, that superintendents sometimes can, or board chairs, or the culture is no talking.
That's right.
No dialogue. And yet on the other side, you might have some soldiers that are off on a Facebook mission of,
yes.
So I'm wondering if some type of structured format required, that systems have that structured format, if that would fit the bill.
I'd want to take that back, Representative Stearns. I think it's a great point. I think that was the original version of the bill, although it had some specific elements around labor matters. I think that was the sort of beginning version of this bill in some form. I think anything to get at this issue. I mean, I can't underscore enough the number of places where educators come to us and feel so threatened by the idea of saying something to a school board member in the grocery store, and that coming back to haunt you. And there certainly is these policies that we're seeing. I referenced two, there are many more, that just have a chilling effect. And we understand, I try to make that point in the testimony about chain of command. This is not the place to have, you shouldn't be bargaining individually with school board members. You shouldn't be, getting into grievance discussions with school board members. But just to talk about school climate, even talk about our successes, talk about the challenges, there needs to be some way for that to happen. So, I mean, I would want to take back to MEA folks and member leaders and say, hey, what about this idea of an annual meeting or biannual, just to get people talking a little bit more? My only concern about that, sir, is without some commitment that there won't be retribution for what you say, we're still going to have a huge fear factor to get some educators willing to say what they actually believe.
Thank you. Other questions from members of the committee? So, Mr. Kaczynski, I would just have one, or not, it's a question, but somewhat of a hypothetical too. But if I step over into the municipal side of government, outside of MEA and outside of teacher superintendent. So when I was mayor of Portland, if I had a city employee come to me either in a public setting or even privately with an issue, having not gone to the city manager beforehand, I found that to be a very difficult situation. So I'm not saying this is exact parallel in terms of what's being described here, but it is a balancing act of trying to make sure that you can have that type of communication and not have retribution. And as you mentioned several times, making sure that their quote is a chain of command that people know that they can follow and is responsive.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe that would be one element of Senator Rafferty's bill, is just to say it's not related to collective bargaining and not related to a grievance. But I mean, there's so much our schools do, and we're going to do the best we can for kids when we have school board members, administrators, and educators all rowing in the same direction. But in this environment, if you were to I know plenty of teachers who, if they bumped into a school board member, at the grocery store and said, hey, we have a problem with free and reduced lunch program. There's nothing wrong with saying that, but the chilling environment that's been created in some districts, SAD 44s, is the language there. So maybe there's a way to carve out certain things and say, it can't be about collective bargaining. It can't be, or maybe those take place in the form Representative Stearns described, but instead, people do not feel like they have, they're not going to be fearful for sharing their views about good things happening in the schools or challenges that need to be addressed.
Yep. Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kaczynski, wouldn't you agree that it's more likely that when maybe staff or parents or just constituents run into at the grocery store, it's to air a specific personal grievance that they're having? For example, my kid's teacher makes them do 4 hours of homework every night and won't help, is not helping them. And the particular school board member takes that on themselves and contacts the superintendent, circumventing the teacher, the principal, and everyone else in between. And then it comes down from the superintendent. And what you end up finding out is there's a whole other big story that went in the middle there. And I feel like what's perhaps happening, you might agree, or you might not, that part of these policies have evolved as a way to try to contain some of that and maybe make more opportunities to keep that chain of command. So I like the idea, being the vice chair of a school committee, having a way to speak to people and hearing the complaints and hearing the good things and the bad things, and maybe having a biannual meeting or a quarterly meeting or something where it's in a controlled setting. And I can, have phone calls and emails and text messages from people contact me now with questions or concerns. So I think maybe, I can see where these policies came from. I see the reason for them, and maybe the times are different and we can sort of go back and find another way, but I can see where they came from.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I guess I can see where they came from. It's just, it seems like they've tipped so far in the other direction, and in so many every year we have 6, 8, a dozen local school districts where it's like this frustration bubbles up to the top, and it often makes it in the newspaper or some way or another. And whether it's a biannual meeting or some mechanism for people to feel comfortable in sharing views in a way that's allowed and respected, I think that's what teachers are asking for. These policies that say everything has to go through the superintendent, you can see why that's stifling for educators in certain circumstances. But I think
it does also or maybe some for school committee members, having some training for school committee members to understand that if someone does come to you with a problem, by working together with the school administration and the superintendent's office, that kind of creates that environment that will be more collaborative as opposed to us versus them. But anyway, that's a whole other discussion too.
I think as well, there's no harm or foul in a school board member saying you should talk to the superintendent. Much like if a parent comes to you, the difference between the parent and the teacher situation is clearly employment related. So a parent can come to you and say whatever they want, and there's probably no consequences for them. But for the teacher, there's clearly a potential of employment issues if they share their view with a school board member. And that certainly has a chilling effect, and it's reiterated by what we see in some of these policies. In an ideal world, this would be all open and we could be adults and human beings and share and all have the same goal and commitment. But I think in some places, this is clearly tipped in the other direction in a chilling effect that just makes the professionals in the field feel less professional.
All right, we have Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe more for Hillary in the work session. You know, Mr. Kaczynski has brought up some, I guess there are number of examples out there of chilling retribution against our educators. I would love to learn more about exactly what that retribution has been, just to get a better understanding of the whole, the bill.
If I can add one thing, Representative Brennan, and this responds to Representative Salisbury as well. Some of what this bill, the amendment does is address this discussion last year as well of who do school boards report to? Because at least from Drummond, there was a pretty clear direction that they are not accountable to the voters. That was in the 2005 school law advisory. They've
been updated since 2005.
No. And in fact, when they were doing this, at the same time the committee was having this hearing, there was a training being done that was being broadcast on web where they were reiterating the same messages. Towns and town voters have no authority over school boards. That's in their message. So I think looking at the duties of school boards is also relevant given what we know is being said to school boards about their role.
So Representative Crockett, did you get everything that you wanted for work session?
Well, I'm not sure exactly where Hillary will get that information, whether it's from John or elsewhere, but you know, obviously this area is very new to me. So
Okay.
you know, part of it's a curiosity as to, you know, what type of fear is there asking your school board member in a grocery store a question, and what that retribution really could be from the school board. It's just a little foggy for me right now.
Okay. We'll rely on the many skills of Ms. Resler to try to answer that question.
Sorry, Hillary.
It's all right. I say I'm not sure exactly, but I will certainly do some research and see what I can find, and I will get you anything I can find.
Okay. So Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at the proposed amendment, and the new language reads, "They shall regularly communicate with school employees in their district and members of the public in their jurisdiction." Mr. Kaczynski, do you read this language as somehow preventing a chain of command and communication on a regular basis?
No. I mean, I think the idea here is to open up lines of communication, but not to circumvent. I'm sorry, perhaps I'm not understanding your question, Representative Millette.
So I think this may be more for Hillary for the work session. Hillary, I think I'm going to need some help understanding how to interpret the scope of this language, because it feels to me as if perhaps this is just telling school boards to create opportunities for communication, but not necessarily prescribing how that would happen. So I'm gonna, if we could get some sort of clarification from your office on that, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Kaczynski? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. And we'll again see you at the work session. And at this point, we are exhausted, all those in favor of the bill. And we are now to Eileen King from Maine School Board Management, who's speaking in opposition. Welcome, Ms. King. Good to see you again today. You're muted. You're muted.
There we go.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Eileen King, Deputy Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and Maine School Superintendents Association in opposition of LD 816. Having listened to the conversation, I'm not going to go through my testimony, but I'm going to hit some of the highlights and discussion points that I've heard. I'm going to start with the evaluation. Is that superintendents welcome evaluations that are thoughtful, thorough, and fair, based on performance that is designed to encourage improvement. I just want to remind you that superintendents' roles vary from district to district, and we hope that evaluation processes that would be developed would be done locally based on specific job description, responsibilities, and expectations of the district where the superintendent is employed. So I did want to touch base on that. Such as Senator Rafferty said, we do support open communication. We do not support silos, and we do support the chain of command. And I think the one point that we couldn't support in this bill was the school boards will regularly communicate with teachers or with staff. I think I needed to have that a little bit defined. What does that regular communication look like? As a former superintendent, it would become frustrating if I was leapfrogged. If a teacher had a concern and they went to a board member, how can I address that concern? How can I make sure that I'm hearing all sides of the situation? How can I pull in my team to problem solve? How can I know to communicate with a staff member that has a problem? So that was a concern that would just kind of leave the superintendent out of that communication. I like the superintendent and SID 44. If there was going to be a communication to the school board, I just wanted to be in the know. I didn't prevent it. I didn't prohibit it. I just wanted to know what it was about and what people were talking about. So just that, once again, when I knew about something, I could address it. When I didn't know about something, then I couldn't address it. And then quite often I could be caught flat-footed at a board meeting because it would be brought up at a board meeting. So while we completely embrace open lines of communication, and there is a chain of command that does exist in our school districts. So I think when you say regularly communicate, I think that would be very helpful for us to know what that would look like and what that means. And in every effort not to leave the superintendent out of the chain of command, because that's just not productive. Our testimony does say that school boards are to ensure that schools are run effectively and superintendents run the schools. And so we want to make sure that the chain of command or the regular communication doesn't put that board member in a position to then become a manager, because that's not the structure and the role of the school board and superintendents. There's been a lot of talk about 2005, Drummond Woodsum's 2005 information, and I want to touch base on that. It was brought up when Representative Millett was Senator Millett, and I believe she asked to have a letter, an opinion brought down from Sarah Forrester on that statement from the Drummond Woodsum communique. And that communique is based on a case that took place in a school district, and I don't remember which one, it was a long time ago, where a family had a ward of the state, and the student was going to roll in the school, and the school board prohibited it. They said, no, it's going to be too costly. We have too many wards of the state. And so they did not allow that student enroll. And I believe the intent of that language, where school boards are responsible to their schools and not the constituents, was around that case, was that the law required that student to attend school in the town where they resided. At that point, the board said no. And so the board didn't have the authority. I believe that case, and if we were to revisit that case, you would see that was the intent of that. We encourage boards to talk to their communities. We encourage boards to talk to their constituents. We encourage that kind of communication as well. We don't tell boards they are not responsible to their voters. We want open and honest communication. However, when a voter is actively lobbying for something that's in law, the school boards have to follow what's in statute or what's in law or what's been passed by the Ed Committee. So I think there could be some clarification on that point. One of the things that we did in my district is we had an advisory committee. That if there was an issue with teachers that they didn't feel was getting resolved, they would activate the advisory committee that was made up of administrators, board members, and teachers. And it went both ways. Administrators or board members could also activate the advisory committee to talk about school culture, school climate, or concerns. I think everyone wants to talk about our successes. I don't think educators are very good at PR, at the positive PR. There are way more better things going on in our schools. I think that's something that as a superintendent and as a principal and as a teacher, I could have done a much better job on. So absolutely, we want to talk about our successes. But when it comes to challenges and when it comes to concerns, if you don't let the right people know and you don't include them in those conversations, they can't be part of the solution. So wanting to be in the know shouldn't make anyone fearful. It should that's my job. That was my job, was to be leading a school district, and I had to know the good, the bad, and the ugly. So I'd be happy to, I'm looking at my notes. I think I hit all my points, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. King. And Representative Millette has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of questions, if you don't mind. Good afternoon, Ms. King.
Good afternoon.
So I'm looking at, I'm looking at the amendment, and I'm not clear why we're having some of these conversations. So the amendment says they shall regularly communicate. It's in your opinion that language rubs against the issue around whom the school board is or what the school board is responsible for? I'm not seeing the connection.
So no, I don't. Then I miscommunicated maybe my thoughts. I just see that the school board's going to communicate regularly with teachers and leapfrog and bypass the superintendent. That's a concern. That keeps the superintendent out of the loop. And therefore, superintendent.
So what in this language requires any leapfrogging?
It doesn't. I think it opens the door up for that, Representative.
But who would decide?
I think
what regular communication means.
That's the clarity I was looking for from the sponsor.
So as we have seen earlier today, some statute, the current statute is very broadly written, yet school boards are writing policy that fleshes out that statute. And I'm just, again, I'm not clear. Oftentimes, sorry, I'm struggling here a little bit. Representative Southbury, you're going to laugh at this, asking a question. But so, we struggle with not being directive and mandating, but yet conveying to districts some approaches that we think is important to take. So instead of saying you shall communicate with school employees once a week in a school board meeting from 7 to 8, which is clearly over prescriptive, this policy says you shall communicate, and then assumes that the school board's policy would fill in to and reflect the desires of that district. Would that not, how is this different than anything else that we write around expectations, I guess is my question.
Representative, I would have to see the policies that have been referred to. I never saw a policy regarding who could talk to whom. I saw policies dealing with handling of concerns and complaints. So I think that's where this left me kind of scratching my head. When you regularly communicate, what does that communication look like? Who's involved, who's not involved? So if you look at the handling of concerns and complaints, we emphasize that it starts at the lowest common denominator. As a teacher, when I had a complaint against me go directly to the board, I was flabbergasted, because it didn't go to the principal, it didn't come to me. So it was left out of the loop. So all that conversation that can happen or things that can be taken care of, that was a missed opportunity. And then we did backpedal and everything was fine. But I'm just looking for the chain of command that produces the most effective system for addressing issues, concerns, and celebrations. I have not seen a policy that prohibits. I've seen procedures. I requested as a superintendent, I didn't have a policy, but I asked that if anyone did communicate with the school board, that I knew about it, just so that I was kept in the loop. So I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
So follow up, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Last one, I promise.
That's okay.
So when school board policies are written, do they not go through a policy committee?
Yes.
And there's public feedback and discussion around those policies. So I guess my question is, knowing that there's a policy committee and there is a process in writing policy, school board policies, again, help me understand what in this language would prevent a school board and the community creating a policy around communicating with employees and members of the public other than what they would want.
Nothing in this language would prevent a school board from creating a policy, and the policy process, and I know Representative, you know this, but the policy process starts with the discussion, the development of a policy. Then the staff must be notified of the policy. Policy committees quite often include staff on those committees. As you know, it goes before a first reading at a public board meeting. And then it goes back and goes through a second reading at a public board meeting. So everyone who's interested in the policy can follow the language, they can have input, they can participate in a public board meeting to raise questions or concerns about a policy. So nothing in this language would prevent a development of a policy regarding the chain of the line of communication.
Right. Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. Sam, is there anybody in the queue?
Nope, that's everyone.
Unexpectedly or showed up late? Nobody.
Nope.
Okay. So what I will do is, are there any follow-up informational requests to our analyst? Representative Dodge, did you have one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps. I too am struggling with some of the ramifications and nuance with this bill. My question and possible request for information is around conversations that happen between board members and parents and teachers around the evaluation of a superintendent's performance in creating public dialogue, a good atmosphere, fill in the blank with the correct language. That's where I have found the lines sometimes get crossed about board members being interested in a superintendent's performance and the sharing of that opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Stearns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing that's become apparent through this conversation, and unless a person has really studied it and has a background in it, it's very difficult to understand how unique a school committee is in the state of Maine and what their role is. And I'm wondering if it would not be wise to have an expert in the legalities involved in that role, at least available for the workshop in case we have questions along those lines.
Do you have any thoughts on who that expert might be?
I do, but it will sound tainted if I were to give
Okay, well, maybe you can share that with Ms. Risler at another point. Okay, so we've closed the public hearing. We've gotten Representative Dodge. Did you have something else?
I do, Mr. Chair. I would request that Ms. Risler seek balanced advice as to Representative Stern's question, please. Thank you.
Well, I think she has proven over and over that she does that.
So I'm gonna have to just sort of jump in here in terms of these requests. This is a little beyond my scope and my role. If there is someone, committee members, whether you tell me now or you tell me after the fact that you would like to be present for the work session, I'm happy to reach out to them. I'm also happy to present some of my own understanding of the background, but I'll need a little bit more information from you for what you want.
Well, I don't think it's necessary for us to get into dueling experts or law firms, but at least as a starting point, we would rely on you, Ms. Risler, and possibly the Attorney General's office. And then if we want to expand with other voices, we can do that.
Sure.
Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't even know why we're having this question. I don't see what this language, how this language even relates to that whole Drummond Woodsum question issue that was raised at some point along in this conversation. So I think maybe to just save us all some agita, we can perhaps have Ms. Risler consult with the department's attorney to determine whether this language, this amendment language even brushes into that area of concern. And if it does, then obviously we would need to address it. But if it doesn't, I really would like to keep ourselves focused on other aspects of this bill as amended. Thank you.
Well, I would agree, and that's why I think staying with the Attorney General's office at this point is the best course of discussion. So, any other thoughts, comments? We did a little bit better this afternoon in terms of going through the public hearings. I appreciate everybody's efforts, and in particular, Representative Millette, we know that you're far away and made an extra effort to be here. I also have to say with a great deal of disappointment that yesterday Michigan thrashed Florida State in the Sweet 16 basketball game. And I wanted to acknowledge Representative Dodge and her constant reminder of her affiliation with the University of Michigan. And it was a painful game to watch if you were a Florida State fan as opposed to a Michigan fan. So good wishes for Michigan going forward, and we'll see how things play out. Senator Rafferty, did you have any closing comments, thoughts? And we're glad to see you in the light and not in the dark anymore.
No, just thank you all for your work. It's been a strange day for sure. I know we heard from a lot of folks who were struggling with their internet and whatever, but still windy, still hearing the repair trucks going by, but we have power, I have internet, and phone even works, so here we go.
So we obviously will be in session tomorrow, possibly on Wednesday, not meeting on Thursday. We have work session on Friday morning, and we have public hearings Friday afternoon, I believe. Is that correct, Sam?
I believe you are correct.
Okay.
Yes, we have 3 public hearings that
Okay.
afternoon.
So thank you very much, and we'll see everybody.
We're gonna stay. We have some folks we're gonna talk about schedule, right?
Scheduling, right. And Rebecca, when are you gonna be back?
I'm due to hit the road on the 10th.
On the 10th, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Hoping that everything continues along.
okay.
But you know, ACL is a long recovery, and just so everybody, my daughter lives on the 4th floor of a walk-up with no elevator.
Wow.
So literally I'm housing her and taking care of her and hoping that by the 10th we'll get her strong enough to deal with that. So
Well, our best wishes to her and to you.
thank you both. I thank you all.
Yep. All righty. So we will see everybody tomorrow.
And
Take
Sam
care.
actually sent out a separate Zoom link for scheduling. So just
Thank
check
you very
it out.
much.